So noting that there we go. Noting that the time is 2 o'clock, I will call this special meeting to order. Welcome, fellow commissioners and members of the public joining us today for this special meeting, for this regular meeting of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. Today's meeting is being held virtually, so thanks to all our technical and other staff for setting things up, and thanks to everyone attending for their willingness to deal with all the technical issues that may come up. But I think we're in good shape for a successful meeting. Let me now turn to the IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide additional information about today's meeting. David.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at drawyourcommunity.com. We ask that individuals who wish to speak submit an online request to speak form in advance for planning purposes. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting will be honored regardless of whether you have submitted a request in advance. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. Chair Boehm.
Thank you, David. And you can still hear me okay. I just made a small audio adjustment. Very good. The next item on the agenda is the roll call. David, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I'd like to note for the record that the commissioners are participating via teleconference, and as such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. I'll ask commissioners to please unmute your microphones and say here or present when called upon. Chair Boehm.
Here.
Vice Chair Caterina.
Here.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Dostal.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
Commissioner Inman.
Here.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Pons.
Here.
Commissioner Russ. Commissioner Russ's absence is excused for the record. Commissioner Serban. With 11 commissioners present, we do have a quorum. Chair Boehm.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on subject matters within the commission's jurisdiction, but are not listed on today's agenda. The only actions the commissions may take is a referral to staff to follow up on any questions or request to add an item to a future meeting agenda. With that, David, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on non-agenda items?
Thank you. We do have 2 individuals who have submitted a request to speak form in advance. I also invite any members of the public who wish to address the commission on any matter not on today's agenda to please raise a virtual hand at this time by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Each speaker on non-agenda items will have 2 minutes to address the commission. So we'll begin with those who have submitted requests in advance. Beginning with Jennifer Jeffries. Jennifer, you should hear or see a notification that you've been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Jeffries. I'm a lifelong resident of North County, born here and stayed here. I've lived in Fallbrook since 1988. I'm speaking relative to the potential for Fallbrook Valley Center and Bonsall to be moved from District 5 to District 2, which is currently comprised of El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, and Santee. I'd like to offer 2 points for pondering. The geographic logic of this appears to be absent. Bending the communities currently in District 5 towards the southeast area conflicts with the redistricting criteria that easily identifiable boundaries that follow natural or artificial boundaries such as rivers, streets, highways, and rail lines will be used in setting boundaries. For instance, Bonsall and Rainbow, for instance, North County is interconnected with North County Transit System and the Highway 78 and 76. We would be on the I-15, 8, and the 52 to visit our compatriots over in District 2 if this move was made. Secondly, the identity of North County as a region is anchored in historical relationships with governmental agencies, healthcare entities, youth sports activities, and social and cultural institutions. These relationships are decades in the making. Unincorporated areas that get peeled off for the purposes of balancing these districts face many challenges, and we would ask that you consider that linchpin to our civic vitality is often rooted in our identity and our community spirit, and it would be best to remain represented by one county supervisor in North County. Thank you for your time and for volunteering for this important work. We sure appreciate it out in the region. Thank you.
David, I believe you're muted.
Rami, thank you. Rami Abraham, you've been, you should hear or see a notification that you've been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Awesome. Thank you so much, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Rami Ibrahim, and I'm the Redistricting Fellow at the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans, San Diego. First, I want to just thank the Commission, Flow Analytics, ABASD, and county staff for being so accommodating throughout this process. All of your hard work and dedication to involving communities of interest throughout this cycle. Bringing communities together throughout this process is a really difficult task. And we really appreciate how you've taken our BIPOC, immigrant, and refugee community into consideration. We're really excited to see all the work that's been done, such as the springboards, which we know are just meant to facilitate the initial mapping process. In response to Springboard 2 scenario in particular, which was drawn with the intention of maintaining current district lines, we did just want to reiterate the Commission's opportunity as the county's first independent redistricting commission to not rely on current district boundaries as you redraw the lines. Together, we have a really unique opportunity to redraw the supervisorial districts in a way that's never been done before. Communities are connected through a number of factors, such as community centers, landmarks, ethnicity, issue areas and concerns, socioeconomic status, citizenship status, and more. We understand that there are many factors to consider throughout this redistricting cycle. Therefore, it's up to you as the independent commission to redraw the lines in a way that uplifts communities of interest throughout San Diego without the concern of maintaining current district lines. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this meeting.
Thank you. Again, any other member of the public who would like to address the commission on any matter not on today's agenda may raise a virtual hand at this time. I'd also like to note that we received 9 e-comments that were distributed to the commission and posted online. The log of correspondence received, including comments that have been submitted through the Community Builder tool, has been updated and provided to the commissioners and is posted on the IRC website. Correspondence received is posted on the website with today's meeting materials, and the Commission's log of ex parte communications has been updated on the IRC website. We do have one additional request to speak. Christine Nava, you should hear a notification that you've been unmuted. You're welcome to address the Commission. You have 2 minutes to do so. You may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am a 26-year resident of Escondido. During this time, I have been very active in community affairs and throughout the years held leadership positions in the city. So I feel like I am have been very involved in this process, and I'm very concerned that at least 2 of the proposed maps have totally ignored the community of interest around the 78 corridor. Those of us who have lived here a long time and communicated and were involved in many social and civic functions with the cities of Vista, San Marcos, Oceanside, and Carlsbad. That's 2 of those maps, map number 2 and map number 3 have totally ignored our community of interest. So I just wanted to point that out. I thank you for all your work and look forward to productive outcome throughout all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy O'Healy, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Go ahead.
All right, good. My name is Tim O'Healy. I'm a resident of Carlsbad and a Marine Corps veteran. I've spoken before to the commission regarding the unification of the veteran representation. With a population of active duty and veterans in Carlsbad, Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and Escondido, we would very much like to be considered as a viable district. We've been asked to fight our country's wars. We've been asked to defend our Constitution. We've been asked to help maintain world peace. I don't think it's too much for us to ask for a unified representation. And I would hope that you would take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Hunter, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, I wonder, is there any way I could share my screen or show you a map?
We don't have the ability to
Okay.
do that for the public.
Okay, well, I just wanted to add my voice about your opportunity here to really rethink the boundaries in a more coherent manner. I've been reading a lot in the SANDAG Regional Transportation Plan, environmental and the analysis supporting that. And if you look at those maps, and I have submitted them into the record, you can see the strong linkages between this on the 78 corridor. So we really hope that you will preserve that into one district from Escondido, San Marcos Vista, Carlsbad, and Oceanside as preserving, as communities that have a lot in common now, and as they're more urbanized and developed moving into the future. I also think the interests of the transportation aspects, job growth, and transit management is really important here too. So I just encourage you to keep the 78 corridor in mind. I've been a resident of Escondido for 30 years, and I'm really excited to see some independent thinking going on in how we create the districts and the plan for the future. And this is just a really great opportunity. So thank you very much for your time.
And Laura, the commission would welcome any written material that you may have. You can go to drawyourcommunity.com and email it to the commission.
Okay, I think I've put a lot of them in already, but I'll do it again just to be sure. Thank you.
Leticia Cesares, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Leticia Cáceres, and I'm a resident of Chula Vista and the president of Southwestern College Board. I support that District 1 be a majority-minority Latinx district, a border district that does not include Coronado and Point Loma, and I'll tell you why. I'm a native of South County. I've worked and lived there for most of my life and career, primarily in community health, where we had to fight for funding for services to support the health and well-being of our communities. I can tell you that we have not had fair representation on the Board of Supervisors for most of my life, but we do now. Over 2 decades later, the first Latina, immigrant, and women of color who truly represents our region of color. What does that mean? It means that the South County has the highest vaccination rates in the county. It means that more resources and funding and political will to protect our essential workers, small businesses, trans-border communities, including our students, children, and vulnerable seniors. I, for one, do not want to go back. I hope this commission draws a South County border district that upholds the voting rights and includes all of San Diego's border communities from San Ysidro all across the international border. A district along the border would give voice to so many of our South County residents with families and jobs on both sides of the border. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie Corrales, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Julie Corrales. I live in the current District 1. I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego District 1, and I'm calling to urge the commission to draw a majority Latino district. We are 26% of the citizen voting age population in the county, and we deserve proper representation. All the comments that the previous speaker spoke rung true, and I'm asking for the commissioners to respect the Voting Rights Act and draw a primarily Latinx District 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further virtual hands. That concludes non-agenda public communication, Chair Boehm.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you to the members of the public who took the time to join us and speak during that session. And I'll take the opportunity as well to thank those members of the public who submitted their comments and other materials electronically. It's all
Sure.
appreciated, and I promise it will be looked
Chair
at.
Boehm, I hate to interrupt. We have one late hand if you'd like to hear from her.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Sonia, well, she has. Sonia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Sorry. This is, I'm trying to get into the meeting.
It's Commissioner
Oh.
Diaz.
Okay. I've gone ahead and promoted you, Sonia. Carlos, we have a couple more speakers. Carlos Hernandez.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am a community organizer with a local nonprofit called ACE. And I'm calling also to advocate for the redrawing of district lines where we are able to represent minority voices, more intentionally Latino voices. And I also want to urge commissioners and other public officials to intentionally reflect on the impact of this redrawing, where we have the option or the choice to dismantle systemic suppression of Latino voices, where very often cities in South Bay have been grouped together with cities up north, where if you compare National City and Point Loma, you can tell that they are two different worlds. Unfortunately, that is the reality of it. So myself and many of the people in the community that I speak to often wonder why there is so much defunding of our systems, why there is so much defunding of our public programs. And many of these community residents do not understand that there are mechanisms that have systemically kept and suppressed their voices. So I'm urging this commission to reflect on the many people that wonder why these programs are being defunded, why the system does not work for them. And I urge you to redraw these district lines where we are able to lift up Latino voices in a way that we're able to dismantle systemic suppression and create a new future for San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Aguirre, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Aguirre, and I'm a resident of Carlsbad, and I have lived in North County, San Diego for over 8 years now. I'm calling in. I do appreciate the maps that were provided. I just wanted to state that I hope that the commission considers keeping the 78 corridor together, which would include Carlsbad, Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and Escondido. And the reason being is because we have a lot of commonalities, such as transportation needs, education with the community colleges, as well as the Palomar Airport that affects all of us. So one of the map renditions, and I believe it was aligned Carlsbad with the Anza Borrego. And frankly, I just don't think we have a lot in common with the rural area. So again, I just ask, please consider keeping the 5 cities along the corridor together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are the last of the virtual hands. If any other member of the public would like to address the commission under non-agenda public communication, please raise a virtual hand at this time. Again, not seeing any virtual hands. That concludes non-agenda public communication. And I'd like to note for the record, in case it's not clear, that Commissioner Diaz has joined the meeting. Chair Bame.
Very good. Thank you, David. Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. And again, thanks to all members of the public who have submitted public comment, and we welcome and invite even more. Moving on then, the next item is approval of 4 sets of minutes, which we're going to try to do in the space of one motion. Those 4 sets of minutes are from the September 23rd regular meeting and pre-mapping public hearing, the September 25th pre-mapping public hearing, the September 30th special meeting, and the October 7th special meeting. So all 4 of those meetings all happened this year, 2021. We'll begin by hearing any public comment. David, are there any requests to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Bame. No requests in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this item, you're welcome to do so. Please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Not seeing any requests to speak. That concludes public communication, Chair Bame.
Thank you. As this is an action item that requires at least a single motion before any discussion, let me ask if there is a motion for approval of each set of the minutes I mentioned from September 23, 25, 30, and October 7th, 2021, as included in the agenda materials. Commissioner Brown, second.
Second.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. Any discussion? Co-Vice Chair Katerina, is that a hand?
Yes, sorry, and I hate to be nitpicky. I noticed Diana is on the line, but when I was checking the minutes against my attendee list from the 9:23 minutes, I noticed that she was listed, but I think she was signed up to speak but wasn't available. And I don't know if we should change the minutes to reflect that.
So that's September 23rd?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go back and check that meeting and confirm whether or not she was present. And then if it is the sense of the commission, we'll go ahead and correct those minutes on the 23rd.
Okay.
So we'll put that in the category of pending correction. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, David, could you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you, Chair Bame. Commissioner Russ is absent. Commissioner Dostal?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Chen?
Aye.
Commissioner Serban is absent. Commissioner Krugliak?
Aye.
Chair Bame?
Aye.
Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Pons?
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Katerina?
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson?
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Good. Thank you very much, commissioners. And just for the record, that was a motion to approve those minutes, including the potential technical correction mentioned by Co-Vice Chair Katerina. We'll move now on to item 5, a presentation of the Racially Polarized Voting Study, or RPV study, by Dr. Christian Gross, PhD, and Voting Rights Act analysis by Bruce Adelson, Esquire. I will note that an updated version of the RPV report, and I believe of the, at least the initial presentation of the VRA analysis, has now been provided, including complete chart labels in Appendix C, sent now to commissioners and posted on the website. Barbara, I have that correct? Both are now posted? Good, thank you for that. Let me extend a warm welcome again to Dr. Gross, and I think joining us today as well, Dr. Natalie Masuoka. I hope I'm getting that right. Thank you, Natalie, as well as to Mr. Adelson. With the Commission's indulgence, since these presentations are intended to build on and relate to each other, I suggest we hear both presentations first, then turn to the public for comment, and then clarifying questions and comments from commissioners. I think it'll be easier to deal with it as a whole, if that's acceptable to the Commission. Very good. So with that, I'll turn to Drs. Gross and Masuoka, and then they can hand off at their convenience to Mr. Adelson. So Dr. Gross, please begin.
All right, thanks. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having us back. It's great to see everyone, and I'm really happy to be here to talk about the racial polarization report that we completed, and also just to highlight some of the key things that you need to know. Let me just share my screen for a second. Bear with me. All right, so we want to summarize what we found in the county. We did a racial polarization analysis in San Diego County, looking at elections from 2012 to 2020 in the county overall and in the 5 supervisor districts. Our key sort of top line takeaway that you can see in the report, in the executive summary, we looked at the data. Does the data show evidence of racial polarization in San Diego County? It looks like yes, there is racial polarization in the county, and we can talk about exactly what that looks like and where in the details or even in the Q&A, but the basic top line is there's evidence of racial polarization in the county. But before we get into some of the specific data, I want to do a few definitional components about what we look for when we analyze racial polarization in our analyses. Just to define, racially polarized voting is really simple. It's when a majority of one group of voters votes for one candidate and a majority of another group of voters votes for another candidate in a 2-candidate contest. Right, in a contest like a primary where there's more than 2 candidates, it's the candidate that receives the most votes and support from a particular candidate. And so the why of, why is there racially polarized voting is not really what we're getting into as much as is there racially polarized voting, right? There's all sorts of different reasons it could occur. But just as an example, here's the Attorney General's election in the state of California, but just in the results in San Diego County from 2018. Javier Becerra, based on our data estimates, received 88% of support from Latino voters, and non-Hispanic white voters supported Becerra with 42%. Candidate Stephen Bailey, 12% of Latino voters supported, 58% of non-Hispanic white voters supported. So that just simply means that the candidate of choice of Latino voters was Javier Becerra. The candidate of choice of non-Hispanic white voters was Stephen Bailey. And so if you look through our report, and we're going to summarize some of the data on what the candidate of choice and racial polarization, if you look through the report, we have estimates for all the elections, the levels of voting by race, and which candidate was the candidate of choice of different groups. All right, and so we defined Latino candidate of choice, but similarly, an Asian candidate of choice is the candidate that is preferred by a block of voters that are Asian American. So whatever candidate received the most votes from Asian Americans is the Asian candidate of choice. Similarly, we already talked about white candidate of choice. If non-Hispanic white voters vote cohesively as a block for the same candidate, the candidate of choice of white voters is that one that's preferred by white voters. There's one definition I want to talk about that we might come back to later, or perhaps will come up in the Q&A. This is a concept of white crossover voters. And so these are white voters, even though in some elections, white voters support a different candidate. These are white voters that may cross over to support a minority candidate of choice. And then ability to elect district is a really important concept that the data that we're going to talk about, and the data are going to help suggest things to you. A Latino ability to elect district is a district that is likely to elect a Latino candidate of choice. It's pretty straightforward. So does a district have the ability to elect a Latino candidate of choice as defined earlier? The percent of Latino voters combined with the percent of non-Latino voters willing to support the candidate of choice will help determine if a district is Latino ability to elect or not. And then Asian American ability to elect district will be similarly defined for Asian Americans. All right, so there's 3 really important data conditions to think about: size, cohesion, and white bloc voting. And these come out in our report, but this is sort of the big high-level stuff that I really want to focus on. Size: is the minority group sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority of the voting age population in a district? What data do you need to look at to figure this out? Check the data in the maps. Is it possible to draw a 50% plus 1 Latino majority district? Is it possible to draw 2 Latino majority districts? Is it possible to draw 1 Latino majority district and 1 Latino plus Asian majority district, right? Like, these are data questions that you can rely on flow to assess, but is the group large enough? And if it is, then the part 2 and part 3 will matter. And if it's not, right, then the part 2 and part 3 may not matter. Though I'll leave the legal analysis to Bruce. Cohesion is the second kind of data point that you want to think about. Is the minority group cohesive in the county? And so that means, will they vote consistently together as a block for the same candidate? Do we see evidence of that across elections? Again, this is where you check the data in the racial polarization analysis. As I've already said, the data do suggest there's racial polarization. If you look at the Latino voters and the non-Hispanic white voters, there's racial polarization between those two groups. And then there's white block voting. So it's not just do Latino voters vote as a block for one candidate, but do whites vote as a block for a different candidate and frequently defeat Latino voters' candidate of choice. So these are the three things that you really want to look at in the data. And the RPV analyses really help with cohesion and really help with the white block voting data points. All right, so just thinking about this in terms of Latino voters in San Diego County, to put some actual data to these data points. Latino voters in the county overall are 31% VAP, voting age population. That I have a link here in the presentation that links to some census data on that. And then 26% CVAP, and that's data from John's presentation from Flo before, based on some ACS estimates. CVAP is citizen voting age population. So in terms of Latino voters, it's a large proportion of the county. Cohesion, our racial polarization analysis shows that Latino voters are politically cohesive as a voter bloc. And then is there white bloc voting? The RPV analysis again shows a majority of white voters are cohesive and vote for candidates of choice not preferred by Latino voters. And we look at this both at the supervisor level, and we look at what's called exogenous elections at the statewide level to find this information. There's also some evidence of some white crossover voting that could provide opportunities to elect Latinos of candidates of choice in multiple supervisor districts. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Natalie now, who's going to get into the methodology we use to make to conduct our analyses and get into some of the more specific data.
Thanks, Christian. So I think what we wanted to do first is just give a little bit of a summary of how have methodologists tried to analyze racial polarized voting empirically. And there's been, in general, 3 established practices. The first 2 practices that have been used the longest are ecological regression and homogeneous precinct analysis. Ecological regression is effectively the practice of running regression analyses on aggregates. And so in this case, for us here is precinct level election returns. Ecological regression offers the opportunity to estimate parameters using a regression, including 2 variables, with the regression equation being used to produce estimates of vote share awarded to each candidate by racial group in a district. Regression equations also allow analysts to determine the rate of confidence in those point estimates. The second type of practice that's been used is what we call homogeneous precinct analysis, which is an analysis when we take a subset of a sample of precincts that are made up primarily of only one racial group, typically at the 80 or 90% share of the precinct population. When we examine the vote share of the candidates in an election in an homogeneous precinct and compare it with the vote share obtained in homogeneous white precincts, this is another way in which we can derive estimates of candidate vote choice by race. More recently, we've had a third methodology established by Professor Gary King at Harvard, which is effectively trying to incorporate additional analyses or effectively the idea that there is a loss of information due to aggregation and integrating some of those assumptions into the modeling. What we did in our report is that we conducted all 3 methodologies on every election that we analyzed in the report. And the purpose of doing all 3, right, is to ensure confidence in the findings. So the idea here is that we want to show that there is a similar type of pattern in all 3 of these types of analyses to give us more confidence, right, that the findings that we have and the conclusions that we draw in this report hold reliability. In addition to the statistical modeling, we also provided some visualizations for the commission. This is in the form of scatter plots. Mainly the visualizations are for the commission to use as a 4th tool to understand the distribution of the data and the relationship among the variables of interest. The second thing we wanted to go over is the very sizable amount of election data that we analyzed for the commission. As a practice, research on racial polarized voting has looked at 2 types of elections, which we call endogenous and exogenous elections. Endogenous elections are those elections, those same elections that were used to decide the level of elected office that you're deciding in a redistricting process. So in this case, our endogenous elections were the Board of Supervisor elections. Because these are the most probative cases, we wanted to analyze all elections occurring in the last decade. And so what we analyze is both the primary elections and the general elections from 2012 to 2020. In addition, to add on top of that, we offered an analysis of what is called exogenous elections. Exogenous elections are effectively other elections that add insight. But for exogenous elections, we want to create a really add a specific type of sample of exogenous elections, which are those that involve a minority candidate on the ballot. For us, those exogenous elections were those elections to determine statewide office that involved either a Latino candidate or an Asian American candidate, and we analyzed general elections from the last decade. So moving forward, what we want to do is, there was a 60+ page report. What we wanted to do, especially in being mindful of time, is to give you a quick summary and really to highlight the key findings here, which is focusing on the largest minority group in the county, which are Latino voters, focusing specifically on racial polarization between white and Latino voters in the county. Okay, so the first thing what we wanted to do is we decided to provide a summary of the many pages of analysis that we provided for you. So this is a new summary table that we've compiled for the presentation today. There's a few things that I want to point out here in terms of what we wanted to include in this summary table. The first thing here is that we wanted to be sure to provide summaries for each district, because each district is unique. Each district had a different number of conducted elections over the last decade, and we wanted to make sure that we highlighted the unique different politics for each of those districts. We also wanted to emphasize the importance of tracking patterns and the differences between primary elections and general elections. And so what this table here is giving you a summary first of general elections in the first column, a summary of primary elections in the second column, and then we sum together primary and general together to offer a summary of the collective. And some things to point out about why we wanted to disaggregate by primary and general. The main thing here is what we saw looking at the Board of Supervisors elections is that the primary elections typically were multi-candidate basis. So that meant that there were more than at least 3 or more candidates running. So there was a large slate of candidates. The other important characteristic here is that we found is that most of the time primary elections included at least one racial minority candidate on the ballot. So for this reason, for us, the primary elections really were the most probative cases, because these were the cases here where Latino voters would have the opportunity to vote for a Latino candidate on the ballot. And the other point to be made here is that the outcome of the primary election is then going to influence the type of pattern we see for the general election, right? Because it depends on if the Latino candidate of choice really does advance to the general election, and that's going to then influence, right, Latino preferences or minority preferences in the general election. So if we look at this table, what we are summarizing here is the total number of times there existed racial polarization between white and Latino voters. And what we find here is that focusing first on the primary elections, there was racial polarization in all 5 districts in primary elections over the last decade. I want to point out first, we'll look at each district here, looking first at District 1, which is the only majority minority Latino district currently in the county. We saw that there was racial polarization in half of the contested primary elections. In districts 2, 3, 4, and 5, which right now are the majority white districts in the county, they saw higher rates of racial polarization in district. Also saw high rates, of racial polarization with District 2 at 67% of primary elections. And districts 3, 4, and 5, all elections, primary elections in the decade were racially polarized. We find a different pattern for general elections, but we do want to point out here an interesting, an important pattern here, which is that in District 5, we see that both in the general and the primary, all elections we found were racially polarized. So again, the importance here of disaggregating and looking at the unique patterns by district. We'll go to the next slide. So going back,
Can we ask questions at this point or not?
we welcome questions. I'm not sure. We can
Yeah.
defer to the chair.
Yeah. My preference, Commissioner Chen, would not to be, but if it's something very technical on this page and very short, I'll allow it.
So this just makes no sense to me because you're saying this is a percent of elections with RPV, but it's not all elections then, right? It's only elections with RPV, but then you're saying this is a percent of elections with RPV that have RPV?
This is the percent of all the elections that we analyzed that we found RPV to exist.
So to clarify, the zeros mean you did not find RPV in those particular elections, but when there's a 1 or 2 or 3 of whatever, there was RPV found. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes. So for District 1, if you look at, we analyzed one general election. There was one general election contested in the decade. Out of that one election that we analyzed, none of the
I'm sorry, so there was only one general election in the entire decade. There was only one general election.
Yeah,
that was one general election that was contested.
So they're uncontested elections, right? So if a candidate won with greater than 50% of the vote in the primary, there's not a general election.
Okay, so the denominator here is all contested elections, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
That clarifies
every
it.
single election, not just some elections. It's every election in which someone ran against someone else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
So we'll flip to the next slide, Christian. So going back to this point about the outcome of the primary election influencing the patterns we see in the general election, we can see here that in primary elections, the Latino candidate of choice is less likely to win. And so we see here, for example, in District 1, we analyzed 2 contested primary elections. And in 2 of those elections, the Latino candidate of choice did win. However, in Districts 2, 3, and 4, we see that on rare occasions, 1 out of 3 elections in District 2, 0 out of 3 in District 3, 0 out of 1 in District 4, and 1 out of 2 in District 5, we found that the Latino candidate of choice won the election. So then when we looked at the general election following, we see that there was a distinctly different pattern, but we want to call your attention here to District 5, where this is the district here that we found 0 out of the 1 general election, contested election that happened over the decade, the Latino candidate of choice won. This next slide here is a presentation of this summary of the exogenous elections that we studied. And just to summarize again, what we studied here were statewide elections involving a Latino candidate on a ballot. So again, here, the totals here are the total number of general elections for statewide office that had a Latino candidate on the ballot. In these elections, what we found is 8 out of the 9 elections we studied, we found that racial polarization existed between Latino and white voters in the county. In 3 out of the 9 elections, we found, in only 3 out of the 9 elections, we found that the Latino candidate of choice won in San Diego County. We also, because there was a large Asian American population growing in the county, we also wanted to analyze for these exogenous elections, racial polarization between Asian American voters and white voters. And what we found when analyzing statewide elections with candidates on the ballot, we found that 5 out of the 8 elections found there existed racial polarization between Asian American and white voters. But in 6 out of the 8 elections, the Asian American candidate of choice won in San Diego County. What we also did, again, because there was a large Asian American population in the county, our report also provided an extensive analysis of Asian American voting patterns and their polarization with white voters in the county. In the interest of time, we're not going to go over these in a detailed fashion. We'd be happy to answer some of these in the Q&A. What we do want to say is that we found in the Board of Supervisor elections is that there is some racial polarization between Asian American and white voters. In particular, we found that there was racial polarization between white and Asian American voters in districts 2 and 3. And we found that there was some cases where the Asian American candidate of choice does not win in an election. Like what we conducted for the Latino candidates, we also employed a similar strategy for Asian American candidates running for statewide office. And in that summary table, we do find that in an overwhelming majority of elections, the statewide office, an Asian American candidate on the ballot, with an Asian American candidate on the ballot, I'm sorry, there is polarization between both Latino and white voters in the county and Asian American and white voters in the county. And again, we're going to go through these pretty quickly, but we would be happy to answer questions both from the audience and from the commission after the conclusions.
Yeah, thanks. And so I'm gonna wrap up, and we have like now, like Dr. Masuoka said, we have a lot of data, and so I'm really looking forward to actually getting to your questions and happy to clarify anything. We analyze things like this all the time, and so if there's anything that you want greater detail on or anything in the report that we didn't mention here, we're happy to talk about it. We're happy to come back and talk about it later if you need to, whatever you need. So what's this tell you? What's this tell you as commissioners who are charged with doing the maps? Right, like we said, especially between Latino and non-Hispanic white voters, the evidence of racial polarization in the data seems to be there. And it's the one district that is Latino majority is the district where you see the Latino candidate of choice winning, right? So that one is where the Latino candidate of choice is winning the most frequently at the supervisor level. But the data also suggests in districts 2, 3, 4, and 5 that that's happening a lot less frequently. And the data also suggests that there's racial polarization in all of the districts between Latino and white voters, especially when you look at the exogenous data, but also in the endogenous supervisorial data too, at least district 2, 3, 4, and 5 at 50% or above, and district 1 in a primary election that makes it harder for the candidate to advance. And so given this, it's like it is your responsibility to ensure voting rights, given the data are protected. You want to make sure that minority vote dilution doesn't occur. I want to talk about sort of like data things that you want to be thinking about as you draw the maps and what that means for minority vote dilution. These data results suggest you want to be really mindful of not drawing districts that might dilute the vote across the entire county. This is a map from the U.S. Census that shows like relative Latino proportions in the population of the county. Darker green indicate areas that are higher Latino. Lighter colors indicate areas that there are fewer Latinos that live. So you can see, right, this is the area where District 1 is. Currently, there's very high Latino population here. But there's also high Latino populations up here in Escondido, Oceanside, the area around here. So you want to think not just about this one district that's already Latino majority. You want to think about like, what am I doing in the entire county that's going to not dilute Latino voters, given the data that we've analyzed. On the Asian American population data, this is a map, again, from the 2020 census, showing areas that are more heavily Asian American. And so you want to just also think similarly about avoiding vote dilution for a cohesive group, Asian Americans in San Diego County. It's important to remember this is the proportionally fastest growing group in San Diego County. And so you want to be really cognizant regarding vote dilution of Asian Americans in the county as well, based on the data that we've looked at. And so just to reiterate that, like San Diego is a growing place, as you all know. People want to live there. It's a great place to live. As someone who lives in Los Angeles, San Diego County is a great place for whenever I visit. So I'm not surprised that it's growing and that people are moving. But the growth is really booming, and the growth is booming among groups, right? Racial and ethnic groups. And this is important that it's important to be cognizant of these data, right? So the growth in San Diego County is over 240,000 people since 2010. That's actually kind of crazy, right? Like, I'm sure the traffic is a lot worse. But the Latino growth is 128,000 people. Latino growth of 120,000 people, 12.9% increase. Asian growth, 74,000 people. Proportionally, that's the largest group, 22% increase. Black population, stable, slight decrease, but more or less the same. And Black population, we also did racial polarization analyses for Black voters. Because the group is relatively small proportionally to not be able to make a 50% plus one district, we didn't put as much of that into the report, but we're happy to talk about that in the Q&A as well. And then white voters have gone from 64% of the county to 49.5% of the county. Or excuse me, not white voters. Let me be a little more careful. White population has gone from 64 to 49.5% of the county. And so you need to look at voter age population, and I think Bruce is going to be able to talk about the legal components of that. But from a data perspective, this sort of changes in the Latino and the Asian population and the changes in the white population and how that maps to VAP voter age population is going to be really important. All right, and so this is something you saw that John and Flo provided before, but I just want to highlight because Natalie mentioned this. So District 1, this is citizen voting age population data, right? And also I would get the voting age population data as well. But the one district that's a majority CVAP Latino district is District 1, 52% Latino CVAP right now. So what does that tell me from a data perspective? That tells me that we know that 100% of Latino candidates of choice are winning in District 1 right now. We know we don't have to go any higher. That there's a ceiling right now of 52% CVAP, in which there's a district that exists that 100% of candidates of choice of Latinos are winning, right? So that's one data point that's emerging from this. There is racial polarization in the county, but District 1 elects 100% of Latino candidates of choice at the supervisor level. This district is currently 52% CVAP, and then the VAP is going to be different. So that's a data point that I think is important to think about. And the exact proportion that's needed is something that we could do in the future by doing some algebraic calculations to give you some information and data on what the proportion is that might work to make sure you have a Latino ability to elect. It could go down a little bit, right? There, it maybe can't go down. If you go down too far, you're going to be cracking, right? But the 52% numbers is telling. And then I want to point out to districts 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And so these districts are spread out. Latino voters are spread out across the other 4 districts. You know, you want to be cognizant of that growth of Latino population and then the Latino proportions in the rest of the districts. And you want to make sure you're not cracking. You want to make sure you're not packing, right? And that's what the data are showing. Like, you want to be cognizant of those things given the data. All right, so just some guideposts. Like, what else do you want to know about? So we know we have racial polarization in the county. That means that you need to think about how to use these data when you are drawing maps. Like I said, you don't want to overpack a district to have too many minority voters that are needed to elect a candidate of choice. If you overpack a district, if you look at the data and cram a lot of minority voters into one district, that could be minority vote dilution. But you also don't want to spread out minority voters across a whole bunch of districts, because that also could be minority vote dilution based on the data that we've seen given the racial polarization in the county. So even just going back to this, right, with District 1, I was focusing a lot on the 52% Hispanic or Latino CVAP data, but we also want to look at the VAP data. But also, like, this district is 3/4 minority, right? And so it might be something to think about in terms of the overall minority population as well as the Latino population in general. All right, and so what we said in our report, I think, is a really important point. When there's evidence of racial polarization, the commission must draw districts that allow for the election of candidates of choice in ways that do not dilute voting power across the entire districting plan. All right, and so what's next? All we have here is that we've established evidence based on the data of racial polarization. We have some additional data on sort of what the maps look like now in the current plan. And so what we need to do next is for you to figure out what are the implications, right? What are the legal implications for that? And that's for Bruce to talk about. And we've presented the data that there is racial polarization, and that you have to really be careful about vote dilution in the data-based ways that I talked about analyzing vote dilution. And then we can conduct ability to elect analyses of draft maps when they're drawn, where you give us a map and we say, based on some other data and historic data, this district is likely to elect a Latino candidate of choice. This other district's likely to elect a Latino candidate of choice. This other district is not likely to elect a candidate of choice, and so on. Whatever you want us to do, let us know. We also, like I said, can do some algebraic calculations to help guide you before that point too, if needed, to give some further guidance on the data as well. And so I'm looking forward to being a continued resource for Flow, continued resource for the IRC. I want to thank Natalie and Dr. Peterson, who's not here with us, but who also contributed greatly to the report. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Edelson.
Good evening, good afternoon, and thank you, Christian, thank you, Natalie, for that very important presentation. There's a lot to digest, a lot of information, and there will not be an exam after I'm finished, so there's a lot to read. Did a big report, PowerPoint presentation, a lot of terms, a lot of acronyms. My presentation is going to be very short because we're going to have an ongoing conversation that deals with what Natalie and Christian were talking about, deals with the implications for redistricting, but I want to focus on just a couple of key points right off the bat so you really can cement them as you're going forward and really to give you the context and the overall legal requirements of what their presentation really is all about. Next slide, please. Okay, so the key first point which has been established is there is racially polarized voting in San Diego County. Now, why is that important? Because the law says it's important. The law says the Voting Rights Act and the US Constitution require this examination of racial data, election results, in order to protect the rights of minority voters to elect candidates of choice. So as the slide says, this is a necessary determination in redistricting. Every redistricting in which I've worked for the last 3 cycles involves these determinations. It's a very critical, essential first step in understanding what your jurisdiction is all about. So as I say here, legally required to protect minority voter rights, ability to elect preferred candidates. So we know that is a legal requirement now. RPV has been established, not questionable, not something that we're still wondering about. It has been established. So that means there's a legal requirement under the Voting Rights Act and the US Constitution to protect the rights of minority voters to elect candidates of choice. And just as a reminder, the Voting Rights Act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, and membership in a language minority group. All of those categories are in play here. And at the bottom of the screen, I just cite to some key Supreme Court decisions that really inform what we're talking about and really the need to not discriminate against protected categories of people. Next slide, please. So as you know from our first discussion, race is always part of the redistricting process. It is an essential part. It is a legally required part. So how much it is included is something that we'll be discussing as you proceed. I think as we had talked about the last time I had the pleasure to be with you, race cannot be the predominant factor, the main factor, the only factor. If it is, then that becomes a constitutional problem and also could suggest discrimination on the basis of race, racial gerrymander. I know Christian talked about packing. That's putting minority voters, more minority voters than are needed to elect candidates of choice in districts. There are districts around the country that are 90, 95%, 99% minority, majority minority districts, way above what is needed to comply with the Voting Rights Act, comply with the 14th Amendment, and provide that opportunity to elect. So that's why data and analysis, as we talked about my last time with you, inform the process. It's not guesswork. It's not just picking numbers and saying 60% here and 55% here. It's all driven by analysis and data, kind of like what Natalie and Christian were presenting today. So the analysis continues. Now that the RPV has been established, there are additional items and data points that we'll be looking at in order to guide the commission and advise you legally on the legal requirements for protecting minority voters' ability or opportunity to elect. So as I say at the bottom, ongoing guidance every step of the way as maps are drafted to ensure compliance and ensure that the rights of voters are protected, as Christian and Natalie were talking about. that's basically my legal context today and my overview of this really important study and analysis. And as I mentioned, will be available. I'm certainly available and working with Marguerite Leone, your general counsel, to advise you, answer questions, deal with any uncertainties to ensure that you're fully cognizant of the legal requirements and the maps going forward are compliant with federal, state law, and also the US Constitution. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm, of course, also available for questions, but I wanted to provide that kind of final piece, that final context of why all this is important legally. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Christians. Thank you, Natalie. Really, really interesting. And aside from the most important thing I heard, which was Mr. Adelson's comment that there's no test, good. We're moving along nicely. No, this is dramatically important things. Before we move on to commissioner comments, let me ask David if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Bayman. I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Serban has joined the meeting. There were no requests to speak in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this matter, you're welcome to do so. Please raise a virtual hand by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. We have one request. Esther Sanchez, you have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you very much. And I'm Esther Sanchez from Oceanside. I really appreciate the reports of today. I was on a different meeting, so I missed the first like 7 or 10 minutes of the presentation. But what I saw basically reflects what I have been seeing in North County with respect to the 78 corridor between Oceanside and Escondido, including the unincorporated area of Fallbrook. And that is that there is a growing Latino community that has had a very difficult time electing Latino candidates. Now, just 2-3 years ago, this same area was kind of forced to adopt by-district elections. And so you're starting to see a change of that. And so this also kind of interacts with the county level. So we have what's happening at the local level, which is also going to be impacting the county level. And so what I see is the map number 1 of the Springboard maps seem to really reflect what we were hoping that would happen on behalf of the Latino community in this corridor. That would be Oceanside Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and Fallbrook. I know there's also, we were hoping that maybe the numbers would include Carlsbad. I actually haven't gotten to that point where, I wasn't able to use that mapping tool. I guess I lack the skills to be able to really use that. I was really hoping to do that for you, or actually hoping to present one of these maps, but haven't been able to. But in sum, I really appreciate the material that has been presented. We are underrepresented as a community in terms of the Latino community, but it is growing in Oceanside, all of these cities, and especially Fallbrook. Fallbrook, while unincorporated, saw a rise in terms of the local kind of districting, like the fire district and the school districts in terms of their activity. So this is all part of this process, and I am urging board members to really look at North County and hope that we can be able to come up with district lines that will allow for the rights, the voting rights of the Latino community to be honored. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any other requests to address the commission on this item, welcome to raise a virtual hand at this time. Not seeing any further virtual hands, that concludes public testimony on this item, Chair Bain.
Thank you very much, David. All right, so we'll now turn to questions and comments from commissioners. I have Commissioner Pons, then Commissioner Inman, then Commissioner Larson, then Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Pons, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the briefing. Now I understand and make relevant why I read the books Blink, Tipping Point, and Outliers, just to make sense of the data, because there's a lot of information behind the data and we need to bring that forward. At Mr. Adelson's last brief, I asked him, how do I make sense of the data? He said, discernment. I need to discern the data and what it means to these other groups that's not represented in this briefs. And I'm just gonna call them the others, the African Americans. And you offered that if we wanted you to look into that demographic, I would like for you to look into that demographic, because they may not be able to block the vote, but they can swing or sway the vote based on coming together as a group. And I need to understand what that means. The second thing is, I'm really concerned about when you look at the scattergram, the outliers. What are those outliers? Who are they and why are they there? If you can give me an appreciation and understanding for who those outliers are and why they are there, that can help me to discern the data and sort of apply it to this process. So if you could do that, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the comments. And I want to make sure I clarify, we did analyze Black voters and racial polarization, and I'm happy to update the report, provide an additional, like the greater details on that analysis and looking at crossover voters. Natalie, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
And the summary would be is that Black voters and white voters are racially polarized in San Diego County across districts.
What about coalition with other groups? Is there?
I would say, I think we would definitely need to get a more precise number, but we do find that the candidate of choice often is shared between Latino voters and Black voters, that they do tend to have a similar candidate of choice.
Yeah, I mean, on the, I think you're muted still, sorry.
That's going to be critically relevant when you look at districts 1, 2, and 4, where you have a higher percentage. So we need to really understand the impact, because when I had a chance to brief the members in District 4, they were really concerned about representation or underrepresentation. And I want to make sure that those concerns are addressed in your study and in the analysis as we draw those maps, okay?
We'd be happy to add that.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yeah, that sounds great. And on the outlier question, I like the question. The visualizations are really to help provide one of the things that's helpful is to provide just like, what does it mean, right? Like, what are these analyses that we're doing? Where's this 88% number coming from, or this 55% of this group is voting for one candidate, right? So the way to think about the visualizations, I wouldn't get too hung up on like one little point, right? So that's just one point, and don't worry about that as much. It's more the pattern of the points, right? Like, what is the pattern that's going on? If there's a slope to those points, that's where the data is coming from that leads to the prediction of the X% of Latino voters voted for candidate Y, right, or whatever. So that's just to help give you a sense of the visualization. And the X-axis is percent Latino, the Y-axis, the up and down axis, is the percent vote for the candidate. If it's going up, that means Latino voters are voting for that candidate. If it's going down, that means Latino voters are not voting for that candidate. So I really think those are to help you, just if there's a particular election you just want to sort of get a sense of, is focusing on that line is really important as much as any particular point.
But I could also add that typically what we were finding in the scatter plots is that because you have precincts in San Diego County that might only have maybe one or two voters, recorded voters, that is explaining the outliers. They don't have a lot of, they have maybe 3 voters in the precinct.
And that's perfect. And I'm just going to go to the conclusion is that it's not just about the voters, but it's the candidates. And if the candidates can understand that there's space for that demographic in that race they may come forward, and it may not, all of a sudden present a candidate that may win, but it creates space for opportunities for representation where there may not have been opportunities for representation. So we need to get to that. What's behind the data? And I got to tell you, I'm a Malcolm Gladwell fan, and now I understand that those books make sense now. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for that. I now have Commissioner Inman, then Commissioner Larson, Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Servin. Commissioner Inman.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentations. Very, very informative. My first question goes to all three panelists. Is essentially, did you see anything unexpected in any of your analysis or data? Was there anything that surprised you about the findings or lack thereof in the work that you did?
Let me jump in first. I look at data and analyses, or it's a big continuum. And I try to take the data and the analyses as they come, because there, as we talked about, there's a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of points to understand, and then applying the law to that. So this is typically what I see with all the jurisdictions that I work with. At the beginning, there's just a lot of information. It has to be distilled down. There are certain things that need to be looked at and studied more, and then they're always going back to what the Supreme Court says. So I can't say that there's something that I saw that just blew me away, because as I said, I look at everything as a continuum, and this is the first big data point. And as we proceed, there may be surprises, but for now, this is the beginning of the continuum. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the big surprises to me is to think about the data holistically too. So I agree with Bruce, is that you got to think about the big sort of what is everything looking like on a continuum, like what are the data broadly saying, right? And so that's what we're presenting today. The data are broadly saying that there's racial polarization across the districts. And so, am I surprised by that? Having done a lot of these analyses all over the country, I'm not surprised to find racial polarization, right? It happens in a lot of places. It's this, so that, I am not surprised by that finding. Now, did I know that would happen here? No, I did not until I looked at the data, right? So that's the thing. That's why you have to look at the data to know. And now we have the evidence of it. The other surprising thing to me is really just on the growth in the county driven by Latinos and Asian Americans. And so I think there's those 2 points together, the racial polarization combined with the population changes are pretty important.
I had one other question, or another question about, I think it was slides 19 and 20, where you're showing or Asian density and Latino density. When I look at the areas, like the Latino density sizes were fairly small. The Asian dark green area was very big. Were the same cut points, I guess, used to create the themes? It makes me think maybe the Asian has a much larger area of high density population. Is that a fair conclusion in comparing those two?
Yeah, that came from a U.S. Census data visualization, and the scales are actually slightly different with the Asian and the Latino maps. And so I don't know if it's possible, but I'll put the link to those maps in the chat. Is that acceptable? Or
that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure that I understood if I compare the relative sizes of the very dark green areas, and you're saying no, I can't,
no,
because they're on a different scale. Okay.
They're different scales and different maps based on the lighter green in the Latino map is actually fairly high Latino population still, while the lighter green in the Asian map is actually like a lower proportion. But the exact numbers, I'd probably prefer to just give you the direct link to the census data visualization, so that we make sure we were on the same page. Does that sound good?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that, I'll ask staff to make sure to add any of that kind of reference material to the postings so that it's easily accessible for the public as well. I'll also just mention to commissioners, we likely will be taking up approval of the RPV study as soon as our next meeting as an action item. So we'll be able to discuss this again, but my inclination is to let this discussion continue for a bit because I think it's extremely productive to have when the material's been fresh and when all commissioners are paying such close attention to it. So thank you for that. I now have Commissioner Larson, then Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Brown, and Commissioner Diaz. So Commissioner Larson, please go ahead.
Well, let me also add my accolades. Excellent presentation and analyses to the whole team that has given us this wonderful report. I was just thinking of other changes that have occurred in the last decade. I'm fascinated with the population growth that you have shown, and I've certainly experienced that in my travels around the county. But another thing I've been reading a lot about is multiracial population growth. That is, people who've claimed 2 or more races. And the census for the first time, I think, allowed you to state that as your race. And this is drawn mainly through the easily obtained DNA analyses that we can all do now. So rather than Latino, Asian, Black, white, there are people that are mixtures of all these. How do we account for that?
That's a good question.
Well, Natalie's drinking water, but Natalie wrote a book on this, so I'm going to let Natalie take this one.
One of the, I think this is one of the most amazing developments here when we're thinking about growth of the 2 or more races population. It has grown. We've been tracking it actually since 2000. For the Latino population, Latino is a separate question on the census from the race question where you mark 1 or more boxes. So for Latinos, the 2 or more races population is actually included. If you mark yes, I'm a Latino, and then you answer the question, what is your race? And they mark multiple boxes. So that group is actually included in the Latino population already. If they said yes already that they were Latino, there are 2 different practices that you could use, which is that there is you can use the census numbers that are single race only. So there are people who only marked just 1, so they only marked Black. But you can also actually redefine Black to include people who check Black or Black and another race. And there is some guidance that you can include people who checked 2 or more boxes in a minority racial category, because a lot of the research has shown that people of 2 or more races oftentimes have the same types of experiences, racial experiences, as people who only say mark only Black. So someone who marks white and Black, most of the research has found that they have similar experiences as people who mark only Black.
Well, thank you.
Can I add one more thing on that too? So those data visualization maps that we had actually will allow you to look at Black only, Black and other race, Asian only, Asian and other race. So I would really, I just want to point that out.
Thank you for that. We seem to have lost Chair Bain, and so I'm gonna continue with the meeting. We have Commissioner Hanson, followed by Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Brown, Diaz, and Krugliak. Commissioner Hanson? You're muted. You're muted, Barbara.
My concern is over a population that has been quite vocal and engaged from the beginning. And that is the immigrant population. And they pointed out, many of them have pointed out that they are counted in our county as white, because on the census information, there was no place for them to mark that they were from the Middle East, or that they were white, but they were non-Christian white, or some other things like that. And we've heard from a lot of those people, and I feel that
this data doesn't really help us to identify them as a group, even though we know from other data that they are a group. So I'm concerned about that. And another thing that concerns me here is when, like, we talked about District 1, which is now majority Latina, and a lot of the comments that we heard from them were from Latinas who felt that the inclusion of a white population in their district had drowned out their vote. But we never heard from any of that white population about how they felt about being in the majority Latina now population. And I don't know that we can solve anything there, but I think those are some issues that require us to look a little beyond just the census data. And we still feel like we haven't heard from a lot of the kind of the quote political class or whatever you want to call it in San Diego about their feelings. So I'm just concerned that we can't just put everybody's white or black or Latina or Asian and then ignore everybody else.
I could address that. It's a really interesting comment, Commissioner. I wanted to address something that I'm doing in another state regarding Arab Americans. As you know, Arab American is not a census category, separate census category. It could well be in 10 years, but it's not now. So what we have used is anecdotal information, American community survey information, and the lived experiences of communities of interest, people in the community, and commissioners to get a pretty good idea of where the Arab American population is concentrated in this particular area.
Mm-hmm.
And by using election analyses, we have determined both inferentially and by looking at the data that we have, we've created districts that protect Arab Americans' right to elect candidates of choice. So, but you're absolutely right. The census data, 2020 census data does not address this. So in response to significant concerns from people in the community, we looked at things a little, I don't want to say unconventionally, but we looked beyond the census to pinpoint where these populations are and have been able to get an understanding of how they vote and then look to protect their ability to elect candidates of choice under the Voting Rights Act. So there are a lot of data sources. I think Christian and Natalie really stressing that there's a lot of information that goes into redistricting and goes into what they did. And my example is just to reflect that information goes beyond the official 2020 census data. There's a lot of other information that can be used.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Bruce. I think the other thing I wanted to mention is going to your point on District 1 is, that's where we do just want to look at the data, right? So if you haven't heard from certain people and you're curious, well, what do we think? Let's look at the data. Let's look and see what we found. And so in District 1 and District 2, 3, 4, and 5, right, we've got some evidence of racial polarization. District 1 is a district that's pretty heavily minority. It's a 52% Latino CBAP, and then it's about 3/4 minority, and so you want to like I said, I think that's a ceiling for an ability to let district in that area for Latinos, because the 100% of the elections at the supervisor level, Latino candidates of choice are winning in that district. You start to go too high because you talked about white voters in the district. If you start to increase the minority population or Latino population, if they're voting in coalition together, and even Latinos on their own, beyond that, that could be where the data suggests packing, right? And so you want to be careful not to pack, but you also want to be careful not to have the data go too low and where you get to the cracking point. And so, if there's data that you feel, if there's some comments you hadn't received or you wish you'd heard from more groups, I would say this is where the data can really help with filling in the gaps.
One thing that you may not have uncovered, but there have been some other things that have happened in San Diego County over the last 10 years. First of all, supervisors were put on term limits, which affected access to voting.
And then that's how eventually someone was able to step up, a Latino was able to step up in District 1, because without term limits, the same person was in office forever. So that's a factor that may not show up in the census, but it is a factor in the reality.
I'm going to interrupt here for just a minute to explain something that I've got to do. I have to leave for what may be an hour or a little more, and I apologize for that. It's unavoidable, and I really regret it, because I will be following this later, and I will come back, especially after these technical difficulties. I do want to allow Commissioner Hansen's remarks to be redone, and just to make sure you've got the list I've got, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, because you'll be acting chair in my absence. She'll be followed by Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Krugliak, and I know you've got your hand up, so please feel free to keep the floor yourself. And I do want to mention again, even though it's a fundamental reminder that I'm sure all commissioners will remember, but our two sources of input are data and public comment, public input. And I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Hansen that we need as much public input from all the different populations as possible. I know Commissioner Serban, as SPOC for Outreach, is working on that very hard with ABASD, but commissioners, please feel free to offer comments, especially in the next agenda item, on any ideas you have to reach out and inspire more input from more sources. That's in addition to, not to contradict or ignore the data themselves. It's the two together where we'll have the most success. So with that, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Acting Chair Garcia. Thank you again, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. Commissioner Serban. Let's move on to Commissioner Brown, and we'll come back to Commissioner Serban.
Hey, hello, and thank you for the presentation. It's very informative. My question involves a court case that was cited in the paperwork, Thornburg versus, I think it's Gingles or Jingles. What is our responsibility with that court case so that we can pass the Gingles test? And does that have to do with packing and cracking? Because it talked about race must be a factor. So can you inform us a little more on that?
Thank you very much for your question. Thornburg versus Jingles is a 1980s era U.S. Supreme Court case that talks about a test for determining related to redistricting under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. There are 3 basic tests, and that I think that Christian and Natalie touched on in their presentation. Number one, is there a minority group that can constitute a majority in one district? Or are there several minority groups that can coalition work together to constitute a majority? The second factor is, do they vote cohesively? Do they basically support the same candidate? And the third is, does a block of white voters, white block voting, block or impede the ability of minority voters to elect candidates of choice usually? So that's a quick legal overview of what the Supreme Court said. It's certainly something that your general counsel and I have talked about, and we will be talking about it again, and we are here to advise you, inform you, guide you, answer whatever questions you have. This is an area of law that it's pretty complicated. There have been a lot of court decisions over the last 40 years dealing with this, but interestingly, in the Supreme Court's decision last year in the Brinovich versus Arizona case that got a lot of media attention, the court made a point of stating that this Thornburg case was their seminal primary landmark case about redistricting and the dilution of potential dilution of minority voters. So packing, just very briefly, is, as you know, is putting too many minority voters into a given district, much more than has been analyzed to determine what they need to elect candidates of choice when there is racial polarization. Cracking is dividing them. So let's say you have a cohesive, compact group of voters of one race. And instead of keeping them together in one district, you split them up among 5 districts. So you have cracked the population, diluted their opportunity to elect candidates of choice. So that's, again, that's just a quick overview, but those are the contours going forward that will be, I'm sure we'll be talking about and are necessary for the commission to understand to avoid Voting Rights Act and constitutional problems. Does that help?
It does, as long as you continue to help us with that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, for that question. Commissioner Serban, are you back?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And thank you to the presentation, or to the people who gave the presentation. Very informative. I wanted to address Commissioner Henson's comment about the lack of input from the political class or people who are actively involved in politics. I think just in terms of generally of what we're doing with the outreach, I will make sure to raise that issue with ABASD, as well as just our outreach in general, to make sure that people are aware of what we're doing. But ultimately, we can only offer them a chance to participate. If they ultimately don't participate, that's kind of where we are. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I appreciate Commissioner Pons's question about coalition voting, and thank you to the professor who answered or addressed it. The answer, I think, addressed coalition voting between African Americans and Latinos. I'm wondering whether there's any whether it's worth talking about coalition voting between African Americans and Asians as well. So I guess that's my first question, and I'll let the professor address it if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think the Commissioner Pons and Commissioner Serban, those are putting your 2 points together. I think that's an excellent point that we can definitely address. I mean, we're here to do the work for you, and if you want us to look at Black voting, Asian voting, and Latino voting, racial polarization, and look at the possibility of coalitions across those groups, we can do that. We have most of that data, and it's not in one table. So I'm not 100% ready to say definitively here's what it is, but I'm happy to update the report, provide additional data and evidence to look at that. I think it's critically important to look at Black voters, Latino voters, Asian American voters in San Diego County. And so, if you want to do that, I'm happy to do that. Natalie, I don't know what you think of that. Yeah.
I think that would be a really straightforward table for us to be able to provide, since we do have the data. So we would be happy to provide that. Thank you. I appreciate that. So the next question I have, I ask it almost facetiously, and I think I want to ask it just because I think there might be some people who look at the report and think, boy, does this mean, is the takeaway here that we need to create a map with a Latino district and with a Latino empowerment district, and then another and also a Asian empowerment district? And so, is that the takeaway from the study? If it's not, what is, and I guess can you kind of talk about what if that's not the takeaway, then why is that not the takeaway?
Yeah, so I think first of all, I want to say, as I'm taking notes, I'm like, you all are putting a lot on our plate, and I'm happy to take it and put more on the plate. But I just want to, but I'm taking notes on everything else we can do for you. In terms of what is the takeaway, like, so we have to look at the data. We have to look at the data and try to interpret that. And as we wrote in the report, at the end of the day, you are drawing the maps based on our data analysis with the advice of legal counsel on the legal side, right? And so that's sort of the first thing I want to say before I get into the answer directly. But I think that's really important to think about. And so, like, you are charged with using these data to do this the way that you think you need to do with the data that we have with the advice of the legal counsel. Now, what is the takeaway in terms of an empowerment district or an ability to elect district, right? A Latino ability to elect district would be a district where Latino voters have an opportunity to elect a candidate of choice, right? I think one takeaway would be, it would be important to see if more than one Latino 50% plus district is possible in the county, or Latino plus other racial coalition groups. We have to do some additional analysis first, though, right? Like you've pointed out, Black voters, Latino voters, Asian voters, to confirm or disconfirm if there's coalition voting. We have to do that first before going into that area. But I think you got to think about the county as a whole and what is happening in the county and what the conclusion could be. Now, that's just the data part of it, right? You have to decide what to do on the map side, and then you have legal counsel to advise you on the legal component of it. But the data suggests there's significant growth in the Latino population and the Asian American population in San Diego County. We're also going to look at Black voters, as we talked about, and then you'll have to decide what you want to do with that. In terms of Asian American ability to elect district, Asian Americans are a cohesive group in San Diego County. I think you have to look at the data on coalition voting. I think you have to look at the other analyses on Asian Americans that I'm happy to go into more if Natalie wants to go into more. And then you also need to consider the legal analysis in that regard too. So I don't know, Natalie, you want to add some more?
Those are all great points, Christian.
And if I could just add briefly, I think, remember, the key takeaway is there is racially polarized voting, which, as Christian and Natalie talked about, isn't unusual. There are a lot of places in the United States where that is found through analysis. One of the other important takeaways is confirming that there is an ability to elect among minority groups of candidates of choice. At this point, I would not assign any particular value or weight to given percentages by voting age population in various districts. That's something that will be informed through analysis and through our legal opinions and guidance. And keep in mind those two key terms that you've heard a lot tonight: packing and cracking. Putting more minority voters in a district that are needed for ability to elect raises significant red flags. Putting in too few raises red flags as well. So all of that is informed through analysis. But I would say, from my perspective, the two key takeaways are there is racially polarized voting, and there has been, as indicated by election analyses, an opportunity to elect in given elections by minority voters. Those are two very key data points that really inform your work going forward.
Yeah, Bruce's point makes me think of one other thing that I think the data do show that's a takeaway. And thinking about districts 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the current map, the Latino voter population is split across those, like, in terms of speaking of cracking right now in the present map. So you just might want to think about what those data mean, right? Like, I completely concur with what Bruce said about the importance of cracking and packing from a data perspective. Like, is the map that you need in 2, 3, 4, and 5 20% Latino, as it is approximately right now in each district? That might be a cracking dilution from a data standpoint, right? So that's where I want you to just think holistically about the map and the data. And that's why the ability to elect analyses later are important, right? So it's not like this is it, we're done. I've really appreciated being here, and it's great. But like we will be back, and we will look at maps that you draw, and we can assess if they are ability to elect. And there's all these other guideposts along the way that will help to make that determination.
Great, thank you for that. And especially, Commissioner Serban, you had no more questions?
Oh, no. I just said thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think my questions pretty much might have been answered earlier, but I do share the similar concerns that were brought up earlier about just taking a deeper dive into
some of the African-American voting blocks, and also especially as it pertains to District 4. And also there's a lot of linguistic minority groups and refugee and immigrant communities that I would like to take a closer look at. And just wondering, I know this has been probably mentioned before, just emphasizing the need to have access to a census block level data in a more detailed fashion. So we can just really take a look at that and compare that to the public testimony that we've received, and also some testimony we have yet to receive. So that's just been on my mind, and also just taking into consideration that, I know a lot of the data only looked at elections from 2012 onward, but prior to 2010, it would be interesting to look at, and I know this is probably beyond the scope, but prior to term limits, because term limits had a devastating effect on our communities of color, or the lack of term limits, I should say. And once Measure B was passed, it did open a lot of opportunities for candidates of color to run. So I know it wasn't part of your analysis, but I just wanted to raise that point because I believe another commissioner raised that point earlier. And yeah, thank you very much for the thoughtful. I know we'll continue to have more detailed conversations as we delve deeper into the data. That's all I had. Yeah, do you mind if I ask a clarifying question on one of the comments? Because I am
Sure.
keeping track to try to
Please go ahead.
So you mentioned District 4. Could you elaborate on what you would like? Because you said I'd like to see additional analysis in District 4. Could you just give us a little bit more detail?
Yeah, there were certain elections that I think, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but it just seems that there were very few. Can I just ask how many total elections, both endogenous and exogenous, that you looked at for that district?
Yeah, so for District 4, Natalie, feel free to jump in. I'm flipping.
There were quite a few special elections I remember as well.
Well, for District 4,
is that what you're getting? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. We had there were actually so speaking to the term limits issue. The District 4 in 2014 was an uncontested election, and so we only had the elections for 2018 at the supervisor level. But we were able to do an analysis of District 4 for the statewide elections. But I think that there were fewer number of elections for us to analyze in District 4. It was uncontested in 2014 with a long-term incumbent, Ron Roberts. I have in my notes for District 4.
I could just add to that. I think if you look at, it's important to look at what the courts look at. And the further back you go in time, the less reliable and less persuasive those elections are from a legal perspective. Also, uncontested elections, as you've heard, really are not dispositive. They're not particularly informative. If you do have an election, as you've seen tonight, that involves a minority candidate, those tend to be among the most persuasive, illustrative. So those are key metrics to look at. There have been times in redistricting that I've recommended going back years beyond the last census, but typically we stay within that decade, that dealing with the plan as last enacted, the current plan that's in existence today, and then go from there. And keep in mind, uncontested elections, and I understand the variable with term limits, but uncontested elections don't provide the data that we need to inform legally, and that Natalie and Christian need to look at ability to elect as you create your maps.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's a special election you have in mind. So, we could always go and analyze a special election that we didn't include. We looked at all regular contested elections for supervisor and all exogenous statewide elections with a Latino candidate running against a non-Latino candidate and an Asian American candidate running against a non-Asian candidate. So I'm hearing special elections District 4?
Well, I mean, there were also special elections at the city council level as well. And so I wasn't sure if you looked at statewide, but at the local level, did you look at those as well?
I see. Yeah. So at the city council level, it's a little trickier because the city doesn't map into the supervisor districts as well. So you can't make the comparisons quite as cleanly. So one of the reasons we look at statewide elections is it's the same candidates being voted on, in one community and another community that don't share local elections because of the city boundaries. And so, yes, city elections are great, but in terms of the sort of mapping into the supervisorial districts, it's a little harder to do that. And so that's why we weren't doing city council elections.
I do think the data, because it does show that racial polarization exists in District 4, that you can build from there. So we have found racial polarization to exist in District 4. And so then therefore you can start looking into that area to see different ways in which you could draw it to take that into, with taking that fact into account.
And then the data, will the data be available in a more detailed, like raw data sets and things like that per precinct level? Or
that's more of a flow question, I think, than we can probably address. But in terms of more detailed level, I would point to Appendix D. Appendix D has the exogenous statewide elections by district. And so if you're interested in District 4 or any other particular district, like you can go ahead and look and see, for instance, in Appendix D, the Secretary of State election in 2014 in District 4, a very large proportion of Latino voters supported the Latino candidate of choice, but a majority of non-Hispanic white voters did not, right? So that's just for one example that I'm looking at. And so that data can be really helpful in instances in which there aren't as many contested supervisor elections.
Thank you. And that may also be conversation, as Christian mentioned, to have with our demographer, and especially as we start drawing draft maps, right? Querying that data at that time with our demographer. Commissioner Krugliak.
Thank you. So I have just two really quick questions. The first one is, in the first example you described, I think it was the Becerra election, you talked about how the Latino preferred candidate versus the white preferred candidate, how they differed, but then the definition for the white preferred candidate talked about white voters voting in a block, and it was the same kind of definition for Latino or Asian American voters. Yet for that particular election, the distribution was on the order of 45-55. And so I'm curious as to why, simply by a majority, when it's such a split, why you would classify that as the majority preferred candidate, when it does seem like that group, in fact, is actually more accurately described as split. Yeah, I mean, so one way to think about it is who's getting the most votes from which group, right? And so, and if you're in a majority white constituency with a very large percentage of white voters, that might be sufficient to be a block to block Latino candidates of choice from winning. So that's one general definition of candidate choice is just simply is the majority of a group in a 2-candidate contest supporting a particular candidate, right? Now there are I mean, maybe I don't want to get into the legal part. That's for Bruce, but the sort of like the extent of racial polarization in terms of the data, I think does vary, and how that has been interpreted can vary. But I think, like, in terms of the way I define candidate of choice and polarization, 2 groups supporting different candidates, that I define as polarization.
And if I could briefly, I agree with Christian that that's also why you look at a range of elections. If you look at one election is like a 50.1, 49.9 election, you may want to look at, well, I would recommend looking at other elections. And Natalie and Christian have looked at a range of elections over the last decade to really give you a real feel for what the patterns are in the county. I think it's also important to realize that once racial polarization is found, racial polarization doesn't have to exist in every election. Once it's found, that's the key point. How the polarization affects election results, affects the ability of minority voters to elect candidates of choice. Those are additional issues. But keep in mind that if you just look at one election, which is not being done here, the odds are that's not going to work. And that will raise significant legal complications. But fortunately, that's you don't have to deal with that, because Natalie and Christian have looked at so many elections. It really give you a good feel for voting patterns.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is looking at the regression plots in the appendix. Some of them are certainly much more well-behaved than others and have much tighter correlations. But I don't actually see a number in terms of like an R value or a P value in terms of the significance of those regressions. Is that something, or even like the slope of the regression, because a lot of time it looks like it's actually zero. Is that something that is there that I just missed or that you can provide for those plots?
Yeah, so I mean, can I just say for a second, like, what a commission, right? Like, this is amazing. This is like, you all are asking like really great questions all over. Now it's like, let's get you right into the regressions and appendix. I feel like I'm at the American Political Science Association. This is really fun. So thank you for the question. It's cool. So in terms of the data, right? So like the point estimates that we have in the tables are effectively the from the slope, right, where the slope goes for the particular group, right? So the way to think about it is like a precinct that would be 100% of one group. That's where the line is ending, right? And then that's the point. In terms of like a correlation, we did look at the correlations, and I'm happy to provide those correlations to you if you want them.
Well, it's more the residuals of those slopes, right? Because sometimes the scatter is very, very broad versus very, very tight. So even though you're getting a slope at the end of it, the residuals might be very large.
We'd be happy to provide the numbers so that you can further assess the data.
Thank you.
Commissioner Katerina.
Hi, thank you. I'll be quick too. Wonderful presentation. This is information that we've been waiting for and we desperately need so that we can move forward with giving flow direction on our map. So my question is really very simple, and it probably is to Mr. Adelson. Now that we have this information, do we need to include this in our motions to flow as we direct them to develop our maps, our draft maps? Or is it assumed that they are going to use this information because it's part of the criteria that are included in what we need to look at?
That's a great question, and thank you very much. I would commend you to discuss this with Flo. I understand that you're mapping contractor and also your general counsel. And I'm certainly in the redistricting, other redistrictings around the country that I do, there's always this community of contributors, in the sense that it's the lawyers, the mappers, who really decide and help the commission decide what data do we need presented for us to do our job following the criteria. So I would commend talking to your mapping consultant, talking to your general counsel, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. But broadly, yes, racially polarized voting and this analysis informs what you do going forward. That if there were no RPV and your minority population was much lower than it is, then your choices and next steps would be different. But clearly, excuse me, as I said earlier, now that RPV has been established, that informs your process going forward. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
And I just had three, I hope, very quick and very basic questions that will make you feel like you're back in Redistricting 101 and not at a political science conference. My first question is, when you're counting Asian Americans, does this include South Asians as well or not? My second question is, should we be looking primarily now as we start drawing maps at the citizen VAP number and not the VAP number? Since what we're concerned with is with a minority's ability to elect a candidate of choice. And my last question has a little bit to do with process, because I thought we were expecting, in addition to this report, the RPV report, a legal analysis. And in my mind, I had envisioned a legal analysis report as well. But I'm wondering if what we're going to get, in fact, are legal analyses along the way for each of the maps that we're drawing. So those are my three, hopefully quick questions that will only require quick answers.
Thank you. If I could just jump in quickly on your last question. Yes, that legal analyses go forward as you go forward, and legal analyses on maps as you draw them, submit them for analysis, questions that you may have going forward. And I'm certainly going to work with your general counsel about exactly what type of reports do you need, what questions you have to answer. But in my experience, advising commissions or redistricting bodies each step of the way, I think is really important, because that, there could be things that arise, whether it's vote dilution or otherwise, that I think it's important for you to be informed about. So my sense is each map, we go along our continuum of redistricting, and I work very closely with your general counsel. Thank you.
The answer to your first question is yes, Indians are counted as Asian.
Great. And then the last question was about how am I to understand because we're getting both those numbers, VAP and CVAP, and just wanted to clarify in my mind how I should be looking at those two numbers.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's important. I think there's a broader context. It's just kind of important to think about. So VAP is one of those data points that are critical to those jingles preconditions, right? So you got to think about the data with VAP in that regard. VAP meaning voting age population of a particular group. Also, though, it is important, and it depends on the context and the place, citizen voting age population can be a factor in the ability to elect. And so I'm not going to tell you, like, look at this or look at this. I think it's actually important to think about both contextually. And this is really where, like, the ability to elect analysis that comes later is really important, right? So a lot of it's going to be factored into a particular district and set of districts that you draw. So 5 districts. If you're voting eligible, that's actually kind of something that could be come out in the ability to elect analysis, right? So I think what's important is you just want to think about them both, and for different reasons, and also that mostly is dealt with in the ability to elect analysis that occurs in terms of evaluating a particular map or set of districts maps.
And I want to add very quickly that I completely agree. CVAP and VAP, you need to look at both, because you're in a jurisdiction where CVAP comes into play. That's going to be true or not as true in different parts of the country. In San Diego County, CVAP is a key component. So look at CVAP and overall voting age population.
Thank you. That's very helpful to me. I see one last question from Commissioner Pons.
Yes, those were great questions, and thank you very much. I'm going back to what Commissioner Caterina said and some of the other comments, and I just want to know, I need for you to help me, maybe us, to take those comments and turn those into expressions and arguments that can be that can be coded and entered into this program with return of value of maybe a yes, no, or weighted in a form that we can consider this RPV discussion. Because right now it's objective and subjective, but I need to turn this in some sort of program language in the form of coding so I can really understand a value that's returned from this discussion. in the form of an expression or an argument. Like when you write code and you enter X plus Y and it gives you Z based on that entering argument in that expression, then we can get a value from that. Right now, it's very subjective, and I don't want to have a positive bias, and I don't want to have a negative bias. I want to have a very detailed empirical value to this discussion. So I'm going to need for you to help me to take my comments, give them to Flow Analytics, to turn this discussion into values that it can give me a result and return that result that I can measure when we start drawing the lines.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that would be helpful, just like, again, because you all are the map drawers, right? And so that's like, you tell us what you want us to do, like you tell Flow what you want them to do. And then if you have something in mind that you want, you ask Flow, and if it has to do with racial polarization, we'll have to analyze it. And it has to do with, if there's a legal question, Bruce can weigh in on that, right? So I would say, like, you say what you think needs to be done, and then we can see if that fits into the code, right, in our particular roles and so on. And so I actually would prefer that in terms of like some instruction is helpful to understand, like, especially when thinking about the ability to elect analyses that could be done on draft maps, right? So like say what you would like things to look like, and then we can come back and say, well, this is what the ability to elect looks like in a map like that.
Absolutely. This is something I've been talking to Commissioner Inman about. How can I express this in the form of values that can give me a result, a return on this discussion? So this is going to help me a lot. Thank you very much.
Did you get that, Ken? Okay, great. Well, thank you for your patience with all of our questions. Excellent presentation, and I'm sure we are all really looking forward to the additional insight that you're going to bring to us with next week. And with that, we'll move on to item 6, discussion and possible approval of direction to Flow Analytics regarding development of IRC draft maps. For this item, we will hear updates from the IRC's demographer Flow on additional comments and feedback received from the public. In particular, a presentation of a map submitted by a member of the public through the IRC's District Scenario Modeler, the DSM, online mapping tool. The map and its data were provided to commissioners prior to today's meeting by email and posted on the website. Perhaps John, who's going to be presenting for Flow, could also talk briefly about other avenues for submitting maps, paper or other ways that the public could try to submit maps. And I'm mentioning that in response to a couple of public comments we got earlier today. Just as a reminder to commissioners, this is an informational item only, no action taken. The discussion and possible direction to Flow on draft maps is our next agenda item. So we'll begin with John McKenzie from Flow. We'll follow that with public comment, then return to commissioners for clarifying questions and comments. With that, John, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. This is a big agenda tonight. I've been sitting here listening to a lot of this and thinking about all of the questions we're going to get soon related to all of that. And so it's exciting. I think there's, it was really interesting. I can tell you that we've also been looking forward to hearing this analysis, the results of the analysis as well. But that's not what I'm here to talk about right now. Right now, I'm going to start with giving you an update and some discussion over about the additional input we have received, and that's going to be a pretty quick update. And then we'll talk a little bit more about some action items for us that came out of last week. So quick update here is that since September 30th, which last week I gave you numbers up to September 30th, I think we were at 537 last week. We received an additional 44 comments from September 30th as of I think the October 12th, I believe is the date. The vast majority of those came from e-comments as well. And we did receive a couple more community builder submissions where they had drawn a geography associated with their comment. In addition, I'd like to go ahead and do what I have trouble with every time, which is share my screen, but I'm probably going to get it right. I'm going to get it right this time. And I think I did it. And so I just want to quickly show this. And I did show this last week, which is the community builder submissions. And this was mentioned, I think Commissioner Serban brought this up last week, which is that you can see a lot of our data that we have received has been in the North County. And so in a lot of ways, we have a sense of what people are looking for in the North County, but that doesn't mean we know what everybody wants in North County. We may not have received all of the perspectives from North County. We have also got a fair amount of data in the southwest of the county as well, but the same is true here. We do have a good picture of what many of the residents are looking for based on this data, but that doesn't mean we have all of those perspectives. The other thing that, you can't look at this map and not notice is there is a lot of area here that we don't have the data. Now, one thing I want to make clear is this is just the community builder submissions, right? So this is not everything. These are not all the e-comments, and the e-comments do fill in some of these, but the general trend here is true. We have a lot more data related to community of interest testimony in these areas, right? The North County and down in the Southwest. That's true. And so that in terms of what we do going from there, I think it does make sense that the commission might be interested in figuring out how do you fill these gaps, or how do you make these somewhat a bit more level in terms of getting the data and ensuring we're getting all the perspectives in all of the places. So with that, we have been asked to look at the level of effort that would be required to incorporate some of the community of interest testimony that has been provided to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission using their mapping tool that's similar to the Community Builder, but for the statewide. And we will be looking at that level of effort. I will tell you that it is not formatted nicely, which is never fun for us, but we're going to take a look and figure out how much of that information we can gather, and that would be useful. And we'll do that in combination with Commissioner Inman and other folks as we look through that. But we are going to begin estimating what that level of effort would be to see if we can't supplement some of the information we've already collected through the Community Builder tool. To follow up on that, I would like to just discuss a little bit more about what I showed last week. There were some word clouds without numbers and things like that. And what I really want to mention is that the analysis that we did last week to provide you those general themes was far more of a qualitative exercise than a quantitative exercise. There were decisions that a computer made, and there were decisions that, well, I made in terms of, and this is a fairly standard qualitative analysis, right? When you have a lot of data that is not in the form of numbers, but in the form of written communication, in order for you to really summarize and pick out themes, you have to begin to standardize it and generalize it so that the computer can give you something that you can then identify as a theme or something that might be give you a resource that is actionable in terms of information. And so in doing that, some of the decisions that are made by me, and they are at that particular level. It's entirely possible as one comment that I categorize as being part of something could maybe also be part of 3 other categories. And I maybe only put it as part of 1 or part of 2. And so at the very individual level with that data, what the actual message is gets very blurry. And so that's why you kind of want to look at it at a very holistic level. It's when you look at the high level view, you can see the trends because you're able to sort of overcome some of the small decisions that I maybe make. And I'm in one person doing it, and I have a bias. And once again, I'm also using a computer, which has its own bias too. But those high level trends are important. Doesn't mean it captures everything, certainly doesn't. What it does mean is that it gives you a good basic image of some of the trends that we're seeing. And so I know there's been a lot of questions about this and how can we get some more detail on the comments. And so we're working on that as well to see some ways that we maybe can provide you some information that would be more useful, so that perhaps you can associate some of the themes that we're seeing with their location that those themes are present in. That we're, so it's not just like we're seeing in the themes, people discussing rural or agricultural areas or coastal communities. Well, what does that actually mean on the map? So where did those comments come from? And so we're looking at ways to help get that information to you as well. So I don't have a perfect answer right now. My answer is really that we've heard that, and we will look to try to make that information more readily available for you so that you can, once again, be able to make actionable decisions based upon the information that we're giving you, which is really what we're trying to do throughout this whole process. Okay, so with that, I am going to jump into the publicly submitted map. And if you just give me 1 second, here we go. And so this map was submitted last week, or maybe it may have been a week and a half ago now. And I'm going to take a look at it here. I can tell you that in looking at the themes and looking at the map, there are some things this map does that addresses some of those themes that we have heard. And I'm going to just, you have this map as well. So I'm going to slowly just kind of take a look at this, and we can go through, district by district. Obviously, District 1 kind of stands out in that it is it preserves that border community, which was something we had heard. And then we get down to District 2. You can see the extent of District 2 is very large. I don't know how else to put it. It's very, very large. And then District 3, you can see that we have a number of the coastal communities, but it does not include all of the coastal communities, which is something else we have heard. And then in District 4, it sort of is lining straight up, wedged in the middle between Districts 2 and 3. And then when we get to District 5, you can see it includes much of the North County cities, does not include all of them. This is the demographic information that's associated. I don't know how helpful it is for me to just scroll through these tables, but I know that these are available on the Commission's website and that you have them as well. But one thing I will point out, if only because it's just incredibly impressive, just from a pure mapping standpoint, is the zero population deviation. I mean, we're talking, this is a big county. I think this is the 8th largest county in the country. And this is a population, the highest over the ideal is 276 people. That's just flat out impressive. I just need to call that attention. Even if you didn't look at any other factors, just doing that in itself is impressive. So I just want to throw that there because that really is stunning. And so all of this information is here. It is on the website. This map will also be loaded into the district scenario modeler and posted, and so that people can investigate it that way, or if they wanted to, they could use this as a map to be a baseline, to revise and to edit from this map if wanted to. So this is the map here. And once again, you have the data. I'm not going to go through all of it because that would be excessively boring, and everybody has access to it. And this map is a comparison to the existing districts. So I just want to make that clear that at the bottom here is the comparison of what these proposed districts are to the existing districts. Okay. So this is a loaded agenda tonight. Now I'm going to go back through the springboards. And I'm going to do this rather quickly. And let's see, I was thinking I would do it through the PDFs, but maybe I won't. So just to give you a little bit of a refresher on the springboards. The springboards are not draft maps. I'm going to keep saying that until we're like 3 rounds of draft maps in and we forgot all about the springboards. The springboards are not draft maps. They were simply our attempt to make the process of getting to draft maps a little bit easier for the commission. And so we looked at those themes. We did that imperfect qualitative analysis, but still informative qualitative analysis, and took some of the highest rising themes that we were seeing and thought about, well, what if we focus specifically on this theme? What would that be? And then additionally, we also took in some factors that we traditionally see in all of these mapping projects that we do, just getting a sense of, how do people like to draw maps? Where do they want to start from? And so that's sort of what these scenarios, springboard scenarios were. So once again, I don't want to go into too much depth on these because I did that last week and we've got a whole bunch of other stuff to get through. But I will simply scroll through these, and you can see this is a springboard that did once again preserve the border communities. And then we also had a springboard scenario 2. And this one was really focused on kind of looking at, well, what if you didn't want to change the existing boundaries? Because quite frankly, we hear that in every single mapping project we ever do. So what might something like that look like? And then as we go through, we had scenario 3, which is another thing that focused on, sort of relies on our experience doing mapping projects, is looking at the very distinct and defined boundaries that are existing, right? And then in this last scenario here, it focused pretty specifically on preserving some of the BIPOC communities in the border areas, and also considering what we have in North County and the cities. But once again, these springboards are not draft maps. They were just meant so that you don't have to work from a blank map, because that is the 28,633 piece puzzle that can be difficult to work with. So with all of this said, I can get into what we actually did, because we heard from you after we presented the springboards, and we were asked to pull together a few different items and a few maps of things you wanted to see, right? Looking at these springboards, you said, well, I don't see this. Can you show me this? And so we're going to show you some of those things now. The first thing that was asked about is, what does a district look like that includes each of the North County cities, just all together? What happens if you were to just put them all in one district? Is that feasible? And we'll get to the answer. But one thing I want to point out quickly here is that when you do that, you can't just look at the cities, right? There is some other area that you have to take into consideration in order to preserve contiguity. There are a number of unincorporated islands that are both entirely within one city, and I believe there are some that are surrounded by maybe multiple cities, but they are an unincorporated island. And in order to preserve contiguity, if you were going to group all of these cities into a single district, you would therefore have to include those unincorporated islands as well. So when you do all that, you get to a number that is below the ideal district population. It's close to the ideal district population. I think it's about 15,000 under. What I want to note here is that technically, could this be done according to equal population? Yes, absolutely. Like we can see it, it's clear. What we need to consider though is just because you can do this district, this doesn't take into account what this does to any of the other districts. And so that's critically important. What I will say is that, and that also does not mean that it's impossible. It just means this is one piece. This is one piece that we're looking at. And this one district could potentially work, but that's also going to depend on if other districts would work too, because every single district impacts the other. You know, there's really a cascading effect that happens with these districts when you're getting to population balance. And so that's something you're going to have to consider. This is, as a baseline starting point, pretty high, right? Your baseline here, what you want, or like, you know, what, I don't want to say what you want, the commission wants. That's not what we have heard when you put these together. If you wanted to do this, if this was a map you wanted to consider, it is close to that deviation. And that might, if you were to stick with it, it might limit what you can do and other trade-offs you can make in other areas. And so that's just something to keep in mind, right? There are going to be trade-offs between districts. And so this is somewhat of a high baseline. Once again, doesn't mean it's impossible, doesn't mean it can't happen. It certainly may be able to, but it's just important to think about all of this. It's just important to think about not just this district, but sort of overarching what the other districts are going to look like as well. The next scenario that we were asked to take a look at is sort of a coastal communities. So what if you took all of the communities along the coast and put them together? What does that look like? And so this is going straight from Oceanside all the way south through Imperial Beach, entire coastline. Actually, one thing I do want to show here too is when in this situation here, and there may be other ways to do this, but in this one that we've just quickly mapped out here, we have included the entirety of every city with the exception of San Diego for obvious reasons. So when you're doing this, when we did this here, we said we're going to take the entirety of Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, and so forth. But then we had to make a decision on where do we split San Diego. And we split San Diego. I don't know if that's 5. I don't think it may be 5. I can't see it quite well enough. But the San Diego obviously has a very high impact on the population. I think that's the thing to consider here, that city is going to have a very big impact on the overall population. And then the last scenario that I want to get to is it was discussed about the Point Loma and Coronado. And there was a question about can you have a district along in the border communities that doesn't include Coronado and Point Loma? And there is a challenge here that I want to just highlight, because I think this will come up at some point. And that challenge is that Coronado is a peninsula connected from Imperial Beach. It is also connected by a bridge directly to San Diego. Point Loma is obviously also a peninsula to the west. And what is important to note here is that in order to remove Coronado from Imperial Beach, which is connected to Chula Vista, you would have to then have it connect through the bridge. That bridge is connected, that bridge goes to Barrio Logan. And in the public testimony we have received, we have heard a lot of folks wanting to preserve Barrio Logan along with Chula Vista and National City and some of the other areas. So that would be a trade-off. You can't really do one without doing the other, because if you were to connect, because of contiguity,
you basically have two paths, either the bridge or through Imperial Beach. Okay. So that is my update on what we did after the springboards. And I'm just going to stop sharing there. And Marguerite has her hand up.
Yeah, Vice Chair Garcia, if I may, this was a bit of information that's associated with item 7.
No. Actually, this is exactly what we expected for item 6, Marguerite. This is item 6, update and discussion of additional public input. So he covered this map that was submitted by the public. And then he was responding to input that he received from the commission last week on the springboard scenarios. So this is exactly what we were expecting. We're going to comment on that, and then we'll move into the next item, which is on providing direction to flow. So please, if there's anything else you need to clarify, please do so. But this is what we were expecting for
No,
John.
I agree. It's totally expected. It's just listed on the agenda under item 7. And I didn't want the information is listed under item 7 and not 6. I think it's pertinent to both. This is just the point. If somebody tunes in to hear the mapping portion, they will have missed this. So I was just hoping that John could briefly review it again at item 7 for the benefit of anybody who may have missed it.
So you mean the public map, the map that was submitted?
No, the portion that he just did on commissioner inquiries.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just very, very briefly. It's just, I completely agree with you. It's just on the agenda under 7.
And we were supposed to see the springboards as part of item 7, actually.
Oh.
Okay. So just, I think we can just briefly review them again under item 7 for somebody who's really focused on that, and everything will be fine.
Okay.
That was partly me not making it clear on the agenda items for flow. So I apologize for that.
I apologize as well. I think yes.
I think we're fine. We'll just keep moving. I want to thank you, John, for that presentation, and to the entire flow team for your efforts. That was interesting information now and again in a few minutes. We'll be fine. But now we turn to public comment. So David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Vice Chair Garcia. There were no requests to speak in advance, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this matter, you're welcome to do so. Please raise a virtual hand by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom, or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. We do have one request. Esther Sanchez, 3 minutes to address.
Thank you, members of the board, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you very much for sharing the latest map that was submitted by the public. And then historically, what we have been asking for is to restore Escondido into District 5 because it was taken out of there 20 years ago. But for the Voting Rights Act, they would never have been able to do that because it did dilute the Latino population, Latino vote. As to this one, however, it is not including Fallbrook, which I think would delete the Latino community in this new District 5. Fallbrook has always been in District 5, and I know this is a very difficult thing because we have had this increase of population. And in order to restore Escondido, we were just hoping that it would be like a swap. What happened 20 years ago, there was like Rancho Santa Fe and some other areas in the South that were exchanged for Escondido. But we are asking, and this is several leaders in the Latino community all along 78 plus Fallbrook 76, we call it 78 and 76 corridors. We're asking you to please consider keeping Fallbrook also into District 5. There is this pattern. We've been working together. I think when I left high school, Oceanside was the size of Fallbrook. And so we see a lot of things that are happening. Of course, everybody, or most of the people who live in Fallbrook shop in Oceanside. I mean, there's a lot of, you can't tell the difference between where Oceanside ends and Fallbrook starts, because there is, especially along that area, it's farming and farm workers. So we are hoping that you will consider, as you go along, please consider maintaining Fallbrook into District 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Rami Ibrahim, you have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Rami. I spoke earlier. I just had a quick question on for DSM submission 1. This is just a technical question, but I have literally no idea what DSM is. So I don't know if it's an organization or that's like an acronym. I'm just not really sure. So if I could just get a little bit of clarification, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if any other member of the public would like to address the commission on this item, please raise a virtual hand at this time. Not seeing any further virtual hands, that concludes public testimony in this item. Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you. And I would like to respond to the questioner. The DSM, I think I did state it in the previous comments. It's our district scenario modeling tool, which you can find on our website, and you can use that to draw a map and submit a map. So we'll move to questions and comments from commissioners. Again, this is an informational item, and I want to remind commissioners that we are going to discuss and ask questions about the scenario, springboard scenarios in the next agenda item. So the questions here should really just be about the update on public input and the map that was submitted by the public. I see Commissioner Servin and Commissioner Krugliak. Commissioner Servin.
Thank you, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, and thanks, John, for the terrific presentation. I wanted to ask, maybe, is it a fair takeaway then, given what you said, that the deficiency in our public feedback, or where we need more public feedback, is in the city of San Diego? I mean, just looking at the map that you displayed, it looks like we needed more public feedback in the city of San Diego, in the East County, south of Ramona and Julian, as well as in the South Bay along the I-5 corridor, or outside of the I-5 corridor. I mean, is that fair to say?
I would say that the data is lacking in those areas for sure, but at the same time, I don't want to discount the notion that just because we have data in other areas doesn't mean we've captured enough data, or that we have all of the perspectives related to those areas as well. But that said, yes, I think the map does make it clear that there are some areas where we have significantly less testimony and data than in other areas.
Okay, great. Yes, and thank you also. I definitely want to acknowledge that just because we have some data from in certain areas doesn't mean that we, comprehensively listen to everybody. So thank you for pointing that out as well.
Did you have another
question? I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
no.
You can come back to me. I forgot what the next one was. Thank you, Co-Vice Chair.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Thank you. I just have one question, more a legal question. That is, I understand that Coronado is connected either via a bridge or via Imperial Beach. But my question is more, is given the fact that we call it Coronado Island, even though it's not, how firm is contiguity, including a bridge versus just missing a bridge to consider racially polarized voting, for example? Is that
completely hard and fast that if we miss the bridge, that it is no longer contiguous and it is therefore legally unacceptable, or is contiguity in such edge cases somewhat flexible?
John or Marguerite? You're still muted, Marguerite.
There we go. Commissioner Krugliak, excellent question. If you look at the code, contiguity is defined as what it is not. It's defined as a point contiguity is not a contiguous district. And it does mention water, and that the problem of water can be solved by a bridge. But I think there are many open questions on this concept that are pertinent to you. And that is, can contiguity be solved otherwise, including by a ferry? That we need to look at and need legal advice on. And I'm happy to bring that back to you. California has a long history of talking about contiguity and talks about it in terms of ability of communication and transportation, bridge being one of those. All right, number one. There is also information to be drawn from many other jurisdictions. So at this point, we know that you cannot deal in point contiguity, and the issue of water can be solved with a bridge. I think I would be happy to bring that information and advice on whether it can be otherwise solved in light of the exigencies of the Voting Rights Act. And I would also point out that we want to wait for our experts on the Voting Rights Act to guide us a little bit more about our percentages. What you heard today is we know that 52% in District 1 is effective. Does it have to be 52 is the question. How much leeway do you have to work within the percentages? So we need to bring that to bear as well as we consider that in connection with communities of interest and the other criteria, including contiguity. So let me get back to your question, which I think was, is this hard and fast? In my view, it is not.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Larson, Diaz, and Serban, and I just want to let commissioners know that we're running about 30 minutes or more behind our sort of agenda. So do not want to at all quash conversation here, but just wanted to let you know that. Commissioner Larson.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I don't want to take the time to extend our meeting any longer than it has to be. But one of my concerns here is we're told that the sources of our redistricting decisions are really two: the public input and data. And of course, data is an ambiguous term that we're full of data and we can get more. But from the title of our agenda item, I thought we were going to discuss how to get additional public input and I think also additional data. What is our strategy? How are we going to do this? The vast majority of the electorate has not said anything. They haven't submitted maps, they haven't submitted testimony, but they're really affected, and we do represent them as well. So I'd like to be able to get more public input and more data that will help us address the needs of these communities that have not really raised their voice yet. Thank you.
Thank I will you. I'm sorry. No, please go ahead. I would just respond briefly that I do apologize, and
that in part was me rambling on through multiple agenda items, and I will be very conscious of that moving forward, make sure not to do that again. That said, one effort that we will be looking at, and this is just one from a data perspective, is in looking at the level of effort it will take to incorporate some of the community of interest testimony that has been provided to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, and seeing if that could potentially supplement some of the information that we have.
And I just want to make clear to John that we're running behind because we had such a robust conversation around the RPV report. So no worries there. Commissioner Diaz. We'll come back. Are you there? Okay.
No, I'm here. So yeah, I really appreciate the legal opinion from our legal counsel about the bridge issue, because this has been on my mind for a while, and I really don't. I'm just basing this on the public testimony that we've heard over and over again, and I agree that we do need more input from these communities, but there's vast cultural and political differences between the two communities separated by the bridge. I just want to point that out. And also the data will show that. So, you know, I think that we really need to look much deeper into the data, and I just have several concerns just in general about the Springboard maps that I will share later. But for now, I wanted to understand, as far as the submission goes, since that's what we're talking about here. I noticed that there was a swath of, and maybe I missed this during the presentation, but the District 4 shaded area includes Miramar and goes up north and grabs pieces of North County. So I just wanted to get some more clarification, because I wasn't understanding the basis for that. And if you could chime in from Flo, like how does that, what's your analysis of that? And it just doesn't seem that the communities of interest really correlate well with what we've been hearing with the public testimony.
I would say that it's one map. It's not a map that any members of the commission drew. It's not a map that Flo drew. It's a map from the public. So and we take the position that all all maps, have value. We don't. So I'm kind of deferring here, because I think the analysis that we can provide is, what does it do for communities of interest? How many are preserved? How many are split? Does it meet basic population balance? We can provide compactness measures and those things. At that point, it goes to the commission to really decide, where is the value in this map? Is this a map that you want to consider further, or are there parts of this map that you want to consider further?
I just don't understand why we're discussing this one map. And this goes back to why is it even appearing on the agenda? I'm just really confused about that. And maybe I missed something, but I've been wrapping my head around this. Can someone speak to that?
John, do you want to respond to that, or can I? I mean, I think
I will say that we will report on all public maps, right? We will provide all public maps and a report and an analysis on every map that we receive from the public, whether it's drawn in the DSM, whether it's drawn in another tool and the underlying files are loaded into the form, whether it is hand drawn during a public hearing or public meeting. We will analyze all of them, and we will provide that exact same report that we provided for this meeting. I think the difference here is that there was just one. I think so. In this case, it looks like it's just that we had one. I imagine that after next week, just from experience, after draft maps come out, we'll start seeing more than one. But in this case, it's just one.
Thank you, but I think we really do need to revisit our outreach strategy. And echoing Commissioners Larson and Serban, we really got to work on that. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I defer to Flo and our outreach consultants. Thank you.
Commissioner Serban, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Co-Vice Chair Garcia. I wanted to point out that thank you, John, for describing the myriad other means by which the public can also submit a map there, aside from DSM, paper map, community builder, whatever. There are other ways for the public to do that. And I welcome and invite the public to do so. And the question I have for you, John, is this the only map we've received from the public? Given all those other channels by which we can receive maps, we've only received one map, and it was through DSM.
As of now, that is correct. I will say we did very recently receive another submission that was not able to be on the agenda, and has because it came in late on the agenda. But that map will also be eventually reported on as we go forward, like all others.
Okay, well then I will state now, while we're in a public meeting, and so that my fellow commissioners are able to hear this, I will state that the solicitation of maps from the public will be a focus moving forward for our outreach efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Serban. And I just had a comment that I wanted to make as well. I would have raised my hand, but since I have the floor, I'm just going to speak up. Thanks for that presentation, and thanks for that additional information on the municipalities and population counts in those municipalities. I appreciate that. On this input and the data, I have to say, I would like to see more detail. I'm one of those people who have asked for detail. I found, actually maybe this goes with the next, I'm sorry, this may go with the next agenda item. So I'm thinking, sorry about that. So with that, actually, let's move on to item 7. Discussion and possible approval of direction to Flow Analytics regarding development of IRC draft maps. To begin, we'll go back to John with Flow Analytics to briefly review the springboard scenarios, to discuss data on a number of topics based on comments from commissioners. And we all received this information in advance of the meeting, and it was posted on the IRC website. So back to you, John.
Yeah, we'll share my screen once again. Now, this is incredibly repetitive, but I'm going to do it again. Springboard maps are not draft maps. The springboards are really just our very first shot of saying, here's maybe an easier way for you to get started. They're nothing more than that. They're not meant to really represent anything other than some very high level approaches to look at what a map could potentially look like if you look at some of the highest rising themes that you see in the data, as well as our experience and where people like to start with maps and things they like to do with the maps. So they're nothing more than that. However, they hopefully will provide you insight into how you want to consider directing us to create draft maps. So with that, I will once again go through the springboards. Here we have springboard scenario number 1. And as you can see, it is there is a big focus to preserve some of the BIPOC communities down here in districts 1 as well as districts 2. And then if we go through these again, we'll just do the individual view here of each district. So that was District 1, and this is District 2. You can see it contains city of El Cajon and La Mesa, Lemon Grove. Move up to District 3. And then down to District 4, District 5, and up in the northwest corner here. That I'm going to move to springboard scenario number 2. And the biggest thing to note in springboard scenario 2, I think, is the overall geographic size of District 2. And once again, this was the map that was looking at what does something that's somewhat close to the existing districts look like. And so I will now move through. We have all the summary stats too. Once again, you have these in front of you. And so then we have springboard scenario 3, which sort of focused on, and this is one that is definitely from our experience, that a lot of people want to look at what are the major existing boundaries and start drawing around those. And so this does kind of focus on using some of the major arterials in the area for drawing districts and what might a map starting out that way look like at the beginning. Once again, just a starting point that people may or may not want to use. And so we'll go through these districts. 5. And finally, springboard scenario 4, which focused in working with the trying to preserve the border communities and some of the BIPOC populations, as well as preserving the city of El Cajon and its neighbors here. And then you can see District 2, District 3, District 4, and District 5. So that is, once again, a quick overview of the springboards. And may I now jump into, would it be appropriate to jump into, yes, okay, thank you. Okay.
Just a quick review.
Okay, very good. So as we have seen, we have when you group the cities of North County together, you also need to consider the unincorporated islands in order to preserve the contiguity. And when doing that, you get very close to the ideal district population. This does what the main takeaway here is that this is one situation and it doesn't take into account what the other districts in the county would also look like. And that's an important factor, right? These do have that cascading effect. The next situation here is the coastal communities. And as you can see, we grouped all of the cities together along the coast and preserved them entirely with the exception of San Diego due to population. And this is going to be over the ideal population. Again, it's not extremely over, but a lot of that does depend on where you make that line through the city of San Diego. And then lastly, the Point Loma Coronado area where what we said is that Coronado is a peninsula. It is connected by Imperial Beach. And then to its east is the cities of Chula Vista, as well as National City, which we have heard people would like to see preserved in that area, along with some of the neighborhoods in southeastern San Diego. And of course, the question here is that if you are going to do contiguity, maybe you don't, but there is the bridge consideration. And the bridge goes directly into Barrio Logan, which is a community that has been discussed as being preserved with the rest of southeastern San Diego, as well as cities of Chula Vista, National City, and the surrounding area. And so that's something that we're all happy we have Marguerite here for, to help guide through some of those situations. So with that, I'm going to finish our tabulations here that we were requested to do after our last meeting. And I think that wraps up my items again.
Well, thank you again, John. And thanks again to your entire team for working on this and providing this helpful information to us. Before turning to commissioners, we'll take comment from the public. Do we have, David, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Thank you, Vice Chair Garcia. There were no requests to speak in advance, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this matter, you're welcome to do so. Please raise a virtual hand by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. And while we're waiting for virtual hands, I'd like to mention as well that we received 10 e-comments now, and as they discuss potential maps, they do pertain to this issue. So I'll mention them again, even though I mentioned them under non-agenda public communication. Those e-comments were distributed to the commission and posted online. Esther Sanchez, you're welcome to address the board. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I actually did a little, oh, there's a little bit of echo. Can you hear that?
It's better now.
Okay, thank you very much, Esther Sanchez, Oceanside. And I did get a little confused with all the information that was given, so I may have referred to a map that was for this comment. But basically, we are asking the commissioners to look at all the testimony that has come in from North County, that is along 78 and the 76 corridors. Thank you for starting as asking, well, what would just the urban cities look like? And so now you do have a sense of that. We really need to look at how we can include Fallbrook, because that truly is a part of this community. Just to kind of clarify my comments with respect to the one that was submitted by the one member of the public, I mean, that kind of gerrymanders the District 5 in that, you know, you take out Camp Pendleton and you take out Fallbrook, and it's like, it basically just District 2 would be like almost the entire county except for the urban areas. Kind of weird. I don't think North County and East County and South County are very similar at all. So I would really be concerned about putting basically all 5 districts, part of all 5 districts into one ginormous district, and say, okay, you know, we can find some communities of interest if we look for them, you know, kind of a thing. But anyway, thank you very much for listening. And please, I think this was actually requested before the presentation by the attorneys on the Voting Rights Act, and, you know, the discussion about dilution and, you know, cracking. And I think this truly would be a situation where it would be cracking, because we really need to maintain these communities that have worked together for, I don't know, decades. I don't know, from the beginning of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public who would like to address the commission on this item? You're welcome to raise a virtual hand at this time. Not seeing any further virtual hands, Vice Chair Garcia, that concludes public testimony on this item.
Great. Thank you, David. I believe I see Chair Boehm has returned to the meeting. So should I
try to unmute myself? Very good. Yes, it's a good time to hand back. Okay, very good. So again, thank you, commissioners. I see a lot of hands going up, which I assume are all hands to speak, correct? Okay, so let me.
Chair Boehm, just to let you know, I had not reviewed the process.
Great. Okay, so we'll do that in just a second. Again, though, thank you for your patience. I wanted to make sure the clerk knew that my temporary absence is in the unexcused category, and we will move on from there. So I understand I was following when I could, and I understand the discussion was great up to this point. Let me offer, before we open the floor for comments, a few ideas about how we might proceed, and also turn in a bit to commissioners and then to Commissioner Inman for a few more details. In a few minutes, my plan as of the moment is to turn to Commissioner Inman for more specific briefing on how we can proceed today with targeted motions. Those motions would be to approve the specific kind of map drawing instructions that the IRC needs to give to Flow Analytics for the maps that they are scheduled to present next week. First, though, you may remember that when we talked about mapping discussions themselves, not what we're doing today, but when we actually have maps in front of us, that we might open with commissioner statements. And while today does not include any formal maps as such, but only the springboard scenarios that John just presented, my thanks as well, John, it seems appropriate that we could start with voluntary commissioner statements about those scenarios. Those commissioner statements, I'd be inclined to make them no longer than 1 minute for today, could include identification of any preferred springboard scenarios, say between 1 and 3 of those, or on the publicly submitted map. Staff is prepared to record and display this information upon request after the statement, so we have that for our discussion later, as well as reasons why a particular scenario or the public map is or is not preferred based on statutory criteria, and any other succinct or relevant comments to get our discussion started. So before I go any farther, let me just ask, are there commissioners who would like to share a statement of no more than 1 minute? Commissioner Inman, can I see hands by that? Okay, great, hold on. So we have Commissioner Inman, Co-Vice Chair Katerina, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Krugliak, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Dostal. Very good. So I'll ask commissioners to just keep an eye on the clock. I don't know that we need to run the clock while going. I'll just ask you to keep an eye on it. And David, I'll ask your help as well. So let's start with Commissioner Inman.
Oh, okay, so just start. Okay, here we go. So my preferred map is DSM submission 1, the publicly submitted map. I prefer that because of the way it conforms with public testimony. Primarily, it has a border district in the south. It contains a 78 corridor district. It does have a North County district, and the way it aligns north and south for districts 3 and 4 gives us a central coastal district as well as an inland district. I think it would conform well with the racially polarized voting analysis and creating an Asian population within districts 3, 4 potentially, and with the border district down south. My least preferred springboard is springboard scenario 2. The East County district is, as has been commented, way too large. It's all encompassing of everything almost outside of the incorporated areas. 1 minute. Okay, thank you. And I have one comment. We are drumming up interest. If you look at the e-comments, the testimony today, people are looking at the maps, and we are actually getting a lot of public comment. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I will reassure, we are going to look at those comments. We'll make sure Flo looks at those comments, John, as the mapping details come together, but the instructions, of course, will have to be primary. I do see, let me just keep the rest of the list going. So in addition to the commissioners I already mentioned, after them, Commissioner Diaz, then Commissioner Larson, and I have everyone else. So Co-Vice Chair Katerina next for 1 minute. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, David. My most preferred map is Springboard 4, but I would swap Carlsbad for Escondido. My least preferred is map 2, but what I really want to suggest is that we throw these away and think about what opportunity we have right now to look at our county in a different way. And I am proposing a map that is horizontal. It goes starting at the border with a border map, up to the top of National City. And then in District 2, you would have your BIPOC neighborhood running all the way to all the way through East County. And that could include Coronado only because it fits, it crosses the bridge there. Otherwise, Coronado is going to have to be in D1. District 3, I would think would be a central map. It could be an opportunity for an Asian or Asian Pacific area. I think D4 takes you up into more of a coastal map. And then D5 would be keeping the 78 corridor. And if you can keep Carlsbad in there, that would be great. I looked at it on the map. It looks great. It works. I want everyone to just think, open your minds and say, what else could we do differently?
That 1 minute goes fast, and I do appreciate the flexibility on it. No, that's okay. It's okay. So Commissioner Brown.
Okay, my map of choice is Amy's map. So to me, that sounds great. I don't think any of the other maps really met what we were hearing from the public. We just spent 2.5 months with several meetings, and every single one of them had either comments about Chula Vista not wanting to have Point Loma and Coronado in it, and the others very strong voices in North County saying they wanted to keep the Highway 78 corridor intact. And I noticed that on the maps there, we don't even have the 78 showing as a main thoroughfare there. They have the 5 and the 15, but not the 78 as the horizontal one. So that would be appreciative. I think I was a little upset that the comments that are coming in are looking at those springboard maps as though they're draft maps, really. So maybe we need to make it a little more clear to the public that those are not draft maps necessarily. We have listened to them and we've taken in consideration all of their comments, even though they don't reflect in those maps. So right now is, maybe if they just get reminded of their time period, right now is a still information gathering period, and then we'll get the draft maps out and then they can see what we really are gearing up for. So I was a little upset at hearing some of those public comments coming in, e-comments coming in after the maps were showing there, because they were all getting mad at us for not listening to them. And we have been listening. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'll just chime in that I actually am glad if it generated public comment to have that comment. And I hope we've been clear, but I appreciate your reminder that these are indeed just scenarios. And as John, I think, has said many times in his presentations, these do not constitute draft maps yet. I would also remind everyone, including all those participating, that even once we get into the draft map process, we have more than a month. In fact, it's actually closer to 2 months for public comments on the draft maps. So there is still plenty of time for comment. But I also appreciate your comments, Commissioner Brown, that we have been receiving good public input and we want to take full advantage of it. Commissioner Kugliak.
My preferred map is the user submitted map. I think that it takes into account the feedback that we've gotten. I think that the coastal district can be actually tightened up west and should include Coronado, but should not include Barrio Logan. I think that it should also be tightened up to overlay the heavily Asian population that we saw from the RPV analysis, as well as the BIPOC distribution that heavily also overlaps the African-American districts that we've received in terms of feedback. So I think those are the District 3 and 4 kind of revised to better reflect those communities of interest. I would plead with the feedback that we get from everyone in North County to really not just say what you want, specifically in terms of Fallbrook. I am looking at the RPV and I see that there is a Hispanic population up there. Inclusion of Fallbrook will come at the expense of Carlsbad and the airport, or it will come at the expense of Escondido, which has an even higher proportion of Hispanics. And so that needs to be understood based on the fact of the numbers that we have right now. Those 5 urban cities basically are a district.
and including Fallbrook would make one of them fall out or at least be partial. And so rather than simply telling us that we would like Fallbrook included, please understand what the impact would be and let us know that that's something that you are willing to accept and actually is in the best interest of North County. So I would just ask for very targeted feedback specifically on North County.
Thank you very much for that. Commissioner Chen?
I'll just echo what Commissioner Inman said. Basically, he said everything I was going to say. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Commissioner Inman. I appreciate you saving me some time.
Thank you. And I apologize for getting my order wrong, but Co-Vice Chair Garcia next, please.
Thank you. So I'll start by saying that my most preferred map is, I agree with Inman and Krukliak. It's the public submitted map. It's as far as I can tell, it's the only map that satisfies input that we received asking for a coastal community district and asking for a 78 corridor district. All of the other maps don't satisfy. Neither of those fit any of the other scenarios that we looked at. Two other comments I want to make. One is that I feel like I need to correct a misimpression of North County. North County is much bigger than just the 78 corridor. What we've heard about is a part of a COI in North County that is the 78 corridor. But North County starts at Del Mar and it goes all the way north and then it goes east quite a way. So we need to keep that in mind. And I would actually, the other point I'd like to make is that I think we should draw maps that, or I would like to see maps that reflect community of interest input that we've received, even if they are wrong, even if they are unworkable maps. I think it's good for us to have it in the record, good for us to track what the problems are, just like Commissioner Krukliak just pointed out with the 78 corridor and the communities of interest and the Latino population, just so that we can visualize that. I for one believe I would like to see more detailed data. I would like to understand what the public comments were that drove the trends. I would like to understand the decision points that were made, that were made either by the computer or by John, and to see if there's some, oh, thank you, 2 minutes. Thank you.
And I promise there'll be plenty of time for additional comment on it. Commissioner Dostal.
Thank you. So I will be short. I agreed with Commissioner Caterina's comments. I like Springboard 4 best with swapping out Carlsbad for Escondido. I think that if you, especially given the comments as well as the RPB analysis that showed that Fallbrook and Escondido have Hispanic concentrations. In terms, set 2 is also my least favorite map. In terms of taking Coronado out of District 1, I know we heard a lot of comments about taking it out. I am concerned, I think we need to keep in mind about the packing issue for District 1. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have Commissioner Diaz, then Commissioner Larson. And let me just make sure there are no other commissioners who want to offer statements at this time. Very good. So Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. No public community map is wrong, even if it's a hand-drawn map or submitted in any means. And I think we've heard a lot of public testimony. I do not have, these springboard maps are not detailed enough for me to make a public statement on what springboard map I prefer, because these are not the draft maps. I think this whole process right now in item 7 is very premature, and we run the risk of misleading the public that we're actually commenting on draft maps, no matter how many times we repeat that these are only scenarios. So I just really want to caution our commissioners right now about saying personal statements based on we only have part of the data, and Flow is working really hard to capture all of our comments right now. I don't know how helpful they're going to be at this point in time, but I will tell you that we don't want to split communities of interest. And, from what I've heard from the public testimony, I'll start north. Escondido was split. It needs to remain intact. Carlsbad, we got the airport that was brought up in the communities that surround the airport. That's very important to them. There's other like military installations, universities that need to be taken into account in these scenarios. And this is just a question for Flo later on about how that was thought into creating these scenarios, and also any environmental features like watersheds. And I think that sometimes gets overlooked. We've had a comment by public comment made about sea level rise and how that's an important issue in these coastal communities. So down south, again, we heard testimony for District 1 residents. So again, I know my time is short, Chair Bain, and I really do appreciate this opportunity you're giving all of us, but it's very, very premature right now. And I'm upset with this process.
Okay, thank you. I have Commissioner Larson, then Commissioner Servin, then Commissioner Pons. And again, we're going to present a structure in just a minute on how we might discuss this and incorporate all the different comments we have into a productive discussion. I will remind commissioners, the goal today is to get to the point where we can issue more direct guidance to Flo on what the first draft map should look like. So Commissioner Larson.
Okay, thank you. And I have to say, I agree with several of the predecessor speakers. We should throw away all the springboards. They are just confusing to the public and don't really make a lot of sense. For me personally, I believe I-5 is our dominant corridor. We don't speak about that in quite those terms, but I believe we should have a single coastal district going from Encinitas to Coronado. We might include Carlsbad, going everything west of the I-5 and maybe a few miles to the east as best we can. And on the issue of Coronado, there are several physical connections between Coronado and San Diego City besides the bridge. I spent a lot of time on the water. There's a lot of other connections. I'd be happy to talk to anyone about what they actually are. That's it.
1 minute exactly by my watch. Well done, Commissioner Larson. Thank you for the offer, because I think that's going to come up. Commissioner Servin.
I would like to defer to Commissioner Pons, if that's okay, Chair Bain.
Fine by me if it's okay with Commissioner Pons.
Yes, I am in the same school as Commissioner Diaz. I don't want to be premature in selecting or even encouraging the public to think that we've selected a potential springboard to move forward on. When I look at the comments, I mean, the majority of comments are coming from District 5, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that more comments that come in will sort of equalize how we would draw these boundaries and give us a better ability to, I mean, that's going to be cracking and packing no matter how you cut and slice it, but we just need to know what the impact is going to be on how we draw those lines. And so I think it's just a little bit premature right now to do that, or to appear that we're sort of endorsing something of one springboard over another. And so I'm with Commissioner Diaz. We should wait and resist the urge to promote one over the other. Thank you.
You, Commissioner Servin, then Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Chair Bain. So I would like to echo, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Krugliak for her comments and echo her encouragement of the public in giving us more direct feedback as to what would be acceptable for the North County with regard to Fallbrook and Escondido. Additionally, I think I'm sensing that there's some that we're heading towards a consensus toward a map or two. If there's any direction for flow that I can provide, it would be
that as far as draft maps, I would prefer that we would have multiple draft maps. I mean, even if there is some consensus or direction that we're solidifying towards one, I would still like to, at this point, have multiple draft maps for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Hanson.
I just don't want to be the only one not to say anything. I too was not prepared to make a choice tonight because I didn't feel we were to the point where we were deciding that these draft maps, these were not draft maps, we kept being told. So I'm with Sonia and Frank. I think we need to wait.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Dostal.
Thank you. I just wanted to say really quickly, I agree with that. It was my understanding that Flow needed our guidance. What do we like about these maps? What do we not like about them? I think what we all don't like about them is that there's a lot of comments that aren't included in certain ones. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't with the intention that we're going to pick one map. It was just to give Flow some guidance in drafting the draft maps. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to speak for Flo or Commissioner Inman or anyone else who's been working so hard on this, but I will say my understanding of the process, and I can more than understand how it wasn't clear enough. And for that, to whatever role I have in making things clear as to what we're doing, I apologize. But we are not choosing a map tonight. We will not choose a map next week unless something truly surprising happens. I think the comments we've just heard have not only shown how there's a lot of public input that not only needs to be considered, but I think as Commissioner Hanson said last week, we need to discuss. And we have purposely not had the opportunity to discuss because we decided to proceed in a certain fashion on this, and that's fine. But I do not think, and I hope commissioners aren't feeling forced to make any choices. This was simply an expression of preference that I hope helps commissioners understand where each other are. I heard some productive discussion on that. I would also say that since we only just today heard the racially polarized voting analysis, we've got a lot to absorb on that. We have many comments that have just been offered today that I would doubt any of us had a chance to read during the meeting, but I know we'll all be looking at very closely. And we still have, as several commissioners have mentioned, some rather big holes. We are talking about Coronado and Point Loma, but I really don't know that we have what I would term a lot of comment from those places. And so I do think we've got some homework to do. And I'm happily going to continue asking Commissioner Serbin and ABASD as our outreach contractor to continue to look for more information. Some of the things I know Commissioner Pond said earlier tonight, I think are relevant to that effort. But again, I'll ask commissioners, this is our commission. If there is a need for more data, as Co-Vice Chair Garcia was saying, or more analysis of data, as well as more public input, please, please, please provide ideas, talk about it tonight, provide ideas to staff as you wish so that we're in compliance with all our requirements, and we'll make sure there's some time to discuss both today and in future meetings. I want to get on to Commissioner Inman to tell us some ideas for a structured discussion to follow as we drive towards, again, issuing instructions to Flow on what the first set of draft maps might look like. Again, without making any choices, just designing what kind of inputs we want beyond what we've already seen. Before I do that, let me ask Commissioner Diaz for her comments.
As far as more data, I'm glad that we're using the statewide, the CRC, but because, District 4 is unique in the sense that it encompasses most of the city of San Diego, I'm wondering if we can use some of the data that's been generated, or like the public comment that's been generated for the city of San Diego redistricting process. I've asked about this before, and I haven't had a clear answer.
And my suggestion would be, let Commissioner Inman lay out some thoughts. And as part of our discussion of the motions, we can incorporate that idea of what other data sources might be looked at. I think Commissioner Inman might have, or John might have something to say about that. I'd also want council and staff to feel free to weigh in. Commissioner Diaz, I know that issue has come up not just from you, and I do want to make sure we have a chance to illuminate it tonight. So I'll make sure we come back to that. With that, and with the idea that we're going to be turning to motions in just a minute, let me call on Commissioner Inman to provide a brief review of what we've already discussed in that line and how we might proceed further tonight. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair Bain. There is a slide, if you want to put that up. Thank you. So as we discussed last week, what we're looking for here are motions to provide actionable direction to flow about how to start drafting a set of maps for the IRC to consider at our next meeting on October 21. So again, as reiterated, we're not looking to choose a map, but it's more how do we provide direction so that flow can start taking action to create a set of maps that ultimately we can work with to define those maps. And so these are, as we looked at last week, potential motions that take an existing scenario, a public map, and propose it for consideration by the IRC with additional direction to flow. Here's what we want you to do with that scenario or public map, and here's what we want to see. Specific criteria that flow can then use to refine and take action on to provide us next week with an update. Motions that would take specific parts or features of a springboard or a public map, motions to combine specific parts of a scenario. Again, the scenarios are purely there as a way to give you something visual to work with and provide direction around, and combine those features with other scenarios or other public maps to change a specific scenario or public map in a specific way. Again, we would have to provide those criteria that we want flow to use to make those changes. And then, of course, as several commissioners commented, we can also make motions to create a specific type of draft map. Here are some features or specific criteria to use that weren't included in any of the scenarios or publicly submitted maps, and providing direction with flow sufficient so that they can then take that information criteria and move forward to provide us with an analysis and a summary of what those characteristics or features that we've talked about result in. And while we encourage commissioners to use as much specificity as possible, more general types of motions are also welcome. So you don't have to get down to moving specific blocks around. I would expect we're not doing that at this point. These are more general statements about how to move geographies around and create general districts, which we will then refine as we get further down in the process. We will then discuss and vote on these motions. We are not limited to the number of motions or the number of draft maps. Each motion could potentially create a draft map. Move on to another motion, and the chair, the way the process will work is the chair will ask for a motion to create a draft map. We will discuss it and vote on it. Then the chair will again call for additional motions, which we will vote on. We'll repeat this process until we create as many draft maps or as many directives for flow as we see fit. If appropriate, there may be opportunities to combine suggested motions on ideas from the commissioners. So again, these are motions to create directives to flow to produce tangible maps that we can evaluate at our next meeting. Once approved, based on direction of the IRC tonight, flow will develop draft maps and report data on them for our next meeting. This will include some explanation as appropriate of why a draft map works, isn't possible based on specific criteria.
So what criteria does this scenario or draft map satisfy? Which ones does it not satisfy? And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we prepare to take motions, I already see a few hands. Let me just see if there's any additional clarification needed on the process. Okay, Commissioner Hanson, you had your hand up first, but was that about the process or to make a motion?
I want to make a motion.
Okay, you will, I promise you'll have the first floor on that. Commissioner Dostal.
Thank you. I just had a question actually about once we give Flo their direction and they come back next time, will that also include RPV analysis, like specifics about, okay, does this map work? So that's my question.
Ken, do you want to answer that or do you want me to answer that?
Well, if the directives back to Flo, and I think the RPV experts actually iterated this. So directives could be to create a district that is trying to meet certain criteria for the RPV analysis, an Asian minority majority or a Latino majority minority district. And as part of that directive back to Flo, Flo would obviously have to work with the RPV analysis to determine whether or not that in fact is feasible and what that district would look like. So yes, that would be part of it. I do think, the answer is yes. Now, as we iterate towards getting this up and running, we're building an airplane while we're flying, so to speak. But the answer is yes.
And I'll just add, as Dr. Gross said, he and his team will be working with us throughout the process. So they will be having input in active discussions with Flow Analytics. They will be available to us for additional questions and comment to refine anything we need to know more about from their study. And I would also note that we have a fairly ambitious turnaround time for Flow Analytics in the next few weeks, because they're going to produce maps based on our instruction tonight that we will discuss at our next meeting on October 21st. That discussion will lead to some additional refinement and a very quick turnaround ahead of the November 1st combined meeting and public hearing. The reason I say that and the importance of it is for that public hearing, we have a requirement, Ken and John will correct me if I'm wrong about this, that the maps have to actually be posted 7 days in advance. So since we're talking about Monday, November 1st, we're going to have the maps posted no later than Monday, is it October 25th, I believe? Do you have the date right? Good. So commissioners, you not only will have the first set of maps to consider at our next meeting on the 21st, but there will be additional maps or refined maps posted by the 25th that you'll have a full week to consider before our public hearing and meeting. So just to make the process a little clearer. Okay, before we turn to motions, I just want to make sure, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, did you have a process question? Okay, and Commissioner Chen, did you have a process point or question? Okay, good. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion. And again, we do this in part because of the rules that require we have a motion before we have any formal discussion of a subject. To direct Flow Analytics regarding development of an IRC draft map or maps for IRC consideration. Commissioner Hanson.
Thanks. I move that we ask Flow to create a map using Amy's horizontal district concept from north to south, and also taking into consideration the findings of the racially polarized voting report.
Excellent. Do we have a second on that? Co-Vice Chair Katerina, very good. Okay, that motion is now on the floor. With the commission's indulgence, I think because we had a time limit, it might be beneficial to turn to Co-Vice Chair Katerina and let her explain one more time and in a little more detail what she had in mind, if that's okay with everyone. Please go ahead.
So what I was looking at and how this got started was one of our commissioners came to us and told us that a staffer of a supervisor was pushing a map at a political meeting. And as an individual in public, they have every right to do that. But when I started thinking about it, and I started thinking about the comments we got from North County, when the North County people kept saying, we don't want to be in a coastal division, I kept thinking, who said they were going to be in a coastal division? We haven't even put a springboard out. So it made me wonder if there wasn't some kind of undercurrent out there that we're unaware of. So then I went back and I thought, well, wait a minute. Why can't we have a map where every supervisor has a coastal division, an urban division, and a rural component? And that way, when decisions come up on the coast, there's more than one or two people who know what's going on. Everyone has an equal say. Same for urban issues and same for rural issues. There's no reason we have to keep all of these districts tightly in the urban area and then have these giant, large districts, for the rural population. And I know there's not a lot of people out there, but they do have needs, and those needs are primarily met by the supervisors and the county. So that was my concept. And so I looked at, and I kind of penciled it out on the maps. The district scenario modeler is time consuming, as we were told. It is complicated. I do think there's a way to do it and still retain our COIs and still retain some, kind of to manage the racially polarized voting issue that we now know we have. I think that we start with the southern border and keep the Hispanic community in South Bay. I don't know that we can go all the way up to any of the east-west intersections there. We may have to end it at the top of National City and Chula Vista. So that's one area. And then I thought the second region could be the immigrant community along the 8 freeway to Santee. So that would include their cities. It would include a small section of San Diego. Again, we're trying to manage this population issue. So we've got to include, populated areas to even it out. The third area could be an Asian corridor, maybe going from even as far up as UCSD to Carmel Valley and to University City, near Mesa and Kearney Mesa, and again to the east. Create a smaller coastal region from La Jolla, perhaps up to Encinitas, and keep that again going as far east as possible. And then do the northern portion with the 78 corridor, which would be Oceanside. Now, whether or not you can fit Carlsbad in there remains to be seen. So I do think it would be interesting to see a map with kind of this, maybe this more horizontal look, and having a different approach to managing our county.
Okay, thank you. Very succinct.
Do you have a
Commissioner
picture of that?
Hanson,
Is there a map that we can look at?
Well, it's hard for us because we're told we can't submit a map.
I know this is.
So
I want to.
really frustrating.
Yeah, it is. I want to. Yeah.
But
I definitely want.
That's why we have this session here to talk about ideas and things that we might want to do, and then have Flo create those for us. Now, I did do it on the simulator, but I was sorry to say I did not save it, so I have to redo it. But I know it can be done, and I know that there are going to be some fluctuations. They're not going to be straight lines. There are going to be curves and carve outs and all kinds, if we want to keep our COIs intact. So, knowing what we know today, this might work. Maybe it's a terrible idea. I don't know, but it seemed like, since we have this opportunity, we should at least see what it looks like.
okay. Commissioner Hanson.
The thing that appeals to me about this is that we're getting away from the political adversarial relationship between districts. And we're looking more at, like you mentioned with the coastal issue, why should only one commissioner have any say over the coast? That doesn't make any sense on an everyday basis. This is only 5 people on a commission. They ought to be able to work together on these overarching deals and not set up their little fiefdoms, which they're famous for having done, And the community thinks that it's impossible for us to change that. And I think if we came up with something like this that was radically different and explained the reasoning behind it to encourage the commissioners to be, or the supervisors to be more cordial and work together more on things, it would be a lot better.
Thank you for that. Before we move on, let me ask if Commissioner Inman or John McKenzie have something they want to say or add that would help with the conversation. If not, we'll just keep working down the list. I have a couple of commissioners who want to speak. But John, I want to make sure as we go through these motions that at some point you have the chance to ask anything you need clarified to have the instruction as clear as possible.
Yes, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will say that that example was in the sense what we're looking for. There was a lot of detail, and we understand in general what you're looking for, as well as some of the detail where the boundary lines would be. Can't ever promise anything will be a perfect representation of what you have in your mind, but we are going to do our best based upon the information. I feel like we do have information to come up with something very similar, and we'll go from there. And that's why this process will be iterative, and there will be more. So thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, so I've got right now Commissioner Inman, Commissioner Serbin, and Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Commissioner Inman.
Yes, thank you. So my concern with this is nobody asked us to do that. The premise of what we're doing is based on public testimony. Nobody asked us to draw districts that extend, east to west. Actually, everybody is telling us to do something radically different from that. I think that, we are treading on very thin ice if we say, I think we should change the way the supervisors interact with each other and create a set of districts to try to change their behavior. That's not our job. Our job is to take public testimony. And I have not heard any public testimony that would indicate anybody wants a map like that. I guess that's my comment.
Let me offer just a clarification there. It will be important, either in creating the instruction or in discussing the map, to link it very directly to statutory criteria. That's a requirement. It doesn't have to happen tonight. It doesn't have to happen when a map is requested, although obviously that can be useful.
You can always find a solution.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right. Commissioner, what I was about to say was, I think at this point, and for some part of the initial period, it would be justifiable to have a map that may not be directly responsive to one or two particular trends in public comment, but would somehow address that public comment and the data and the statutory criteria as a matter for discussion. It may turn out, and I think Co-Vice Chair Katerina was very clear about this, that it doesn't lead to a result in and of itself. But I think at this stage, it's possible. Now, that said, just to remain as neutral as I can, I think your point is also very true and worth considering in this, even to the point of whether to vote or not for the creation of a map. That's the kind of discussion I like to see, because we're pulling ourselves together as a commission on how we're going to deal with these kind of maps. So I consider both comments completely valid, and I wanted to encourage commissioners, this is a point to be discussed, debated, and voted on. I don't see any real absolutes, with the possible exception of if there's a strong argument, I'm not saying it applies in this motion, but if there's a strong argument that statutory criteria are being violated, that needs to be brought out early and often. All right, enough from me. Sorry about that. So we'll turn to Commissioner Serbin, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Commissioner Chen, and Commissioner Dostal. Commissioner Sir.
Thank you, Chair Beam. So just a couple questions to clarify on process. I think I heard Commissioner Inman, did you say at this point we're open to considering an unlimited number of draft map requests to flow? Is that where we're going?
Clearly, there's a limit, but we're not saying 5, 6, or, but yes.
Okay, so yeah, we're not saying just 5 or 6. I mean, this is kind of an open sort of brainstorming session. So I think in some senses, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Inman, as to, we don't necessarily have this input pushing the sort of conceptual map that Amy or Commissioner Katarina suggested. But I think maybe Chair Boehm was, I don't know if this is what you're saying, Chair Boehm, but I think with having a map like this, the value is in starting that conversation that maybe hasn't been started yet. And so
it's one possibility if the commission was to vote for this motion to so instruct flow.
Right. And if
we
we have,
say each time we instruct flow, we need to be conscious of what we've already done. So we don't, I would argue we don't need another 8 maps for discussion purposes of creative ideas that we haven't already resolved. What I would ask commissioners to do, as they already did in some of their statements, is listen to each other, associate yourself with someone else's proposal or refine it yourself, and we can start having the idea for some maps with more than one commissioner supporting it. That's what I'd like to drive for. To my mind, that probably takes us in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 maps for next week, but I'm certainly open to having more than that considered. Bearing in mind, and I apologize again for missing part of the discussion, but it is 5:45 in the evening already, and I would like to move on and make sure we give enough time for the different motions we'll need to consider.
So with that said, knowing that there's some multiple amount of maps that we're going to consider as draft maps, I don't have any problem with supporting Commissioner Katarina's proposal, even though I really can't even imagine what it looks like, because I would really rather see a graphic representation of what you admirably did a good job describing. So let me I think I'd like to clarify from a process perspective. Council has I guess opined that if we were to submit our own idea for a map, that appears to somehow be improper. But in a public meeting like this, if we somehow describe the map, that's acceptable. How are the two things different? It seems to me that it's the same thing. We're still talking about a map that we're personally proposing and advancing as something to consider as a draft map.
Ramos, we're doing it in a transparent public forum. That's the difference.
Well, it would be transparent and public in the same way if we were to submit a map to DSM through DSM.
Okay, it's a very direct, clear question. Marguerite, please.
Muted, Marguerite, muted.
Marguerite, I think you're muted.
There we go, unmute. Thank you, Commissioner Chen. The value of doing it in public is the conversation we just heard. And that is that the public knows what the concerns are that are driving the map. When you sit at home and draw it on your computer, there is so much that goes into the decisions that you make that will never be apparent to the public and could be cause for objecting or questioning the lack of bias of the commission. Whereas when you bring these ideas forward, they can be debated and the public will know why the horizontal map is created the way it was. Whether it survives the first hearing or not, at least its creation, its inception, its intent is completely public. The other system is that it's created on your computer and it comes out and you can talk about the lines, but the public didn't get the benefit of knowing your thought process. And nor was it debated, nor was it commented upon by the rest of the commission. These are commission maps. And so in the interest of the process, transparency, and the confidence of the public, they should be done in public.
Is it possible then for me to have brought a map to this meeting and shared my screen and said, hey, I think this map is good. What do you guys think? Would that be appropriate or proper? Permissible?
Well, I would recommend that the maps be proposed just like Commissioner Hansen did here.
Well, what Commissioner Hansen said was she supported Commissioner Katarina's map.
Well, I'm
and
sorry,
then
Commissioner Katarina. Commissioner Katarina tested her map and she felt that it was doable and came here and said, I would like to propose a horizontal map. And it was debated.
Okay, I guess my point is just that it's very, very difficult to understand what even this map looks like. I'm willing to approve it now just because we're saying, hey, we're going to approve every draft map that we're throwing out there just to like start a conversation. But I can't even understand what the map looks like.
I want to be
how am I supposed to vote on it?
I want to be very, very careful. What we are approving tonight is a direction to our demographer, the contractor that we are paying to construct a draft map. The debate to approve the map or not comes later. The first discussion of that draft map will not be tonight. It will be next week. The discussion of what the motion to the instruction to flow might include, that happens tonight. So Commissioner Inman's point about whether we want Flo to take the time to work on this map as opposed to others, I think is a well taken point, whether or not you agree with it. That should be one of our measures. It should also be worth remembering that the more Flo is responding to a debate and an instruction we give as a commission, the more hope I think we have of the constructive discussion of that map. Because I take your point, it is hard to visualize it a bit, but I do think Co-Vice Chair Katarina did a tremendous job, and I'm glad John agreed, of explaining what the basics look like. That's when we can get to the benefit of not just flow analytics, but Dr. Gross and his team looking at what that may be, because it saves us some work and it presents a more public initial draft of the map. So there's a fulsome conversation and frankly, a draft map that is developed enough that it should, I hope, receive lots of public comment ahead of our next meeting. That's where I see things from a process point of view. Marguerite.
And I do want to point out that this draft map, if it gets approved by the commission, will be edited in public by the commission. And Commissioner Katarina will be able to say, that is not what I intended. And we will have Flow with its computers and its data. And Commissioner Katarina will be able to say, I really wanted the line to be at this part of National City, and you've split it. And that can be explored in public. Insofar as all of this happens on private computers, there's going to be a lack of confidence in it. And I would urge that you realize that you're going to have time to work on all of these, and you can work on it in public.
Okay. We've got several commissioners who want to speak on it. And again, we are only talking about a motion to direct Flow to develop this map. So let me please move on, if it's okay, to Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Yes, I just wanted to make 2 points about this particular map, and that is that I think it's really important that you keep Encinitas, Solana Beach, and Del Mar together. I think if you're going to separate, you have to separate between Encinitas and Carlsbad. And then the other question or comment that I had is, when we get these next or these first set of draft maps, draft maps, is it possible on the district specific, breakdown of the overall draft map, if we could get some visualization of the communities of interest that we know of, and maybe even an overlay of the racial the race related, like the dark greens that we saw in those previous maps. Can we get that on these maps so that we can kind of see that, visualize that?
May I respond?
Please.
I will say yes. We may move to a bit of a more of an online web map to display some of these, simply because of the layering effect could make it rather difficult to explore, but we'll have to see. But the data is available and it can be provided.
So this is where I want to make sure we're capturing things as we go. And I'll make sure with Commissioner Hanson and Co-Vice Chair Katerina, is that acceptable to include as part of the instruction to have that kind of COI and ORPV overlay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So we will consider that part of the motion for now. Commissioner Chen.
Chair Bame,
Ma'am,
yes, may I just
please.
one clarification from John. John, every one of these maps will have a data sheet that was like the data that was with the public map. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, good. So the commissioners will have all of that data. Okay, thank you.
If I
And
could just, the reason I'm asking for that is, excuse me, I'm sorry, is because I actually don't find that information detailed enough. And I would like more information on each of these maps to understand what is underpinning it. So, and that I could ask for more, but those two bits would help me a lot. Thank you.
And I think that helps the public as well as it keeps Commissioner Min's plane aloft for at least a little bit longer. So it's appreciated. Commissioner Dostal. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chen.
I think he said he sees.
Yeah, I just want to talk process, and I didn't want to debate we're just approving some input to flow. Let's get some maps done. We don't need to debate the quality of them right now, even if we agree with them. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Dostal.
Thank you. I just wanted to address Commissioner Inman's comments because I agree that we should consider the public comments. And I believe that Vice Chair Katerina's maps do consider that, because we hear what I heard was two large groups of people saying we want an east-west in the north and we want an east-west in the south along the border. So to me, the map does address that. And I heard some comments about a central coastal district. And I think this kind of addresses that too. So that was so I just wanted to say that I do think that it responds to, and she did mention, keeping those communities of interest along the 78, 76, and keeping the border community as a community of interest. So that's why I support this map, is that I do think it considers public input we've received. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes, I am open to considering this as a potential draft map if Flo can make it happen, so we can thoroughly vet it. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I want to also propose an additional caveat to this, or I guess what I'm saying is if we could actually, and I know each map will incorporate the racially RPV data. I from my understanding, correct? Every map will have a data sheet.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess my concern is making sure that we keep I don't know if you want to call them ethnic enclaves, but these are communities of interest intact, because I just don't see how the horizontal maps would work with that, but I'm open to that. I would like to propose additional maps if we can get to that part of the motion. And does that, as far as the process goes, do we have to vote on this to move forward to the next motion?
And I'm sorry not to be clear. We'll do a motion per map in effect. So after we get done with this motion, I'll ask for another motion to create another map, and then another motion to create another map. Okay, so I promise that. Right. I will ask commissioners, for a whole lot of reasons I think are probably self-evident. I would suggest just stay with the term community of interest rather than talking about other words that might be a little more sensitive. I think that captures things well. If there's a specific need to talk about race as in racially polarized voting, understood. But otherwise, I think communities of interest is a good rule. of
Yes,
thumb.
my apologies for that. I was
No,
just
no.
trying to make sure that we're considering this very seriously.
I appreciate that. And
I will propose an additional map.
we will come to it, I promise. And we are Era Inman is still aloft. So we are passing our basic test. This is good. Commissioner Pons.
Yes, I want to just get back to the process. And I think Commissioner Katarina's comments and her proposals land squarely on option 5. And so I think once we go through the process of reviewing those options, that's when we introduce something has not been proposed yet, whether it be springboards or the option that was proposed by the public. So I think once we go through this process of reviewing and voting on the options, we can get to how we can create the map that Commissioner Katarina has proposed and anybody else that can agree to it. So I just want to go back to the options, the 5 options on how we make contributions and give guidance to flow analytics. I think that's where we started, and I think that's where we should end.
Right. And I apologize, Commissioner. I think the intent there was not to lay out options in a sequential order, but categories of options that could be used at any point. And I think from what Commissioner Inman described, we can go that way. Am I addressing your concern effectively, Commissioner Pons? Good. So, but again, yeah, any of those options would constitute a good baseline, I think, for FLOW's instruction. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list, and I think we've heard from enough. So unless there's objection to taking a vote, Commissioner Inman?
Sorry, on procedure, I would like to remind commissioners, Flow Analytics has limited bandwidth. So if people think that they can all submit a map and get it approved, and I mean, Flow, it's an impossible task at that point. So I would just tell you before you vote, understand that by voting this forward, that's giving directions to Flow. And, we have, seriously, I mean, we can't have more than 4 or 5 of these directives. I mean, that really. And so don't think lightly about asking Flow to take direction on any of these motions. You need to fully consider, the implications of doing that. So thank you, Chair Graham.
No problem. And Commissioner Sherbin, I know your hand is up. Let me just address that briefly. It's always going to be hard with the first one because we don't know what else may be out there, and we have to organize our discussions in some way. What I would ask commissioners to remember is that in a grand sense, we really have a 3-step process. We instruct Flow to develop maps, we look at those maps, and we eventually get to one map. Everything we do from today forward should have that in mind. It doesn't mean you have to design the perfect map tonight. It does mean there should at least be a realistic chance that this will illustrate issues and create ideas that will help move us forward. And in that sense, I think Commissioner Inman's point is very good to keep in mind. For the next motion or motions that we consider, I would prefer they be very different from what we're currently considering. Or we can have the option that if someone has a much better way to do this than what has just been suggestion, we could theoretically change our minds. My only issue with that is we're taking some time there. But I will ask John to be very direct in the rest of the conversation tonight about what's realistic or where you may see things that could be combined from Flow's perspective that would at least create the possibility you can be efficient in your work. Commissioner Sherbin and all commissioners, thanks for your patience on that. I just wanted to make that point. But Commissioner Sherbin, and then we'll have a vote.
Thank you, Chair Bames. So, because this is the first map, I'm a little more willing to vote
in favor of doing this. I guess I'm a little, I imagine once we get to 4 or 5, I'm going to be a little more critical of what's happening. So I guess what I'm wondering is it possible at this point right now to determine whether we have among us ideas for more than 4 or 5 directions to flow? Because if we don't, then cool, let's move forward with this one.
I have heard what I would consider at least 3 in the discussion today, and I know Commissioner Diaz has at least 1 to offer. So I would suggest we just keep going ahead with the understanding that if we need to revisit this one, we can.
Like, yeah, I mean, I guess I would feel a little more comfortable moving forward if we, is it possible for us to just talk about which, like, to get a sense of how many potential directives we're going to give flow here? Like,
well, I heard
before we take a vote on this first one.
To give one example, just to capture the conversation as I've heard it so far, we do have some preferences or groups of commissioners expressing preference for 1 or 2 of the springboards. So I would consider those possible per the discussion we just heard. And we know at least one commissioner has a motion she wants to make that may or may not be related to those springboards. So I would suggest we just let things keep going, but I understand your point, and I think it's a valuable one, that at some point we do have to consider where we are. And as we move forward, we'll be able to say, no, that point was already considered when we agreed on the first directive or something like that. Okay. So with that in mind, not seeing any other comments, David, could you please call a vote on the motion made by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Caterina, with the caveat added by Commissioner Garcia?
So just to restate the motion is by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Caterina, to approve direction to Flow Analytics to draw a map that uses Commissioner Caterina's horizontal district concept and taking into consideration the RPV report for IRC consideration. Now, do we need the COI and RPV overlay on each of these motions, or do we know that the data sheets will cover that?
Let's leave that. My guess is we'll have them on each one, but let's leave that for the consideration in each motion. We certainly will have that on this particular motion.
Okay, so uses Commissioner Caterina's horizontal district concept and taking into consideration the RPV report with COI and RPV overlay for IRC consideration. Okay, are we in agreement that that's the motion?
Very good. Commissioner
Okay.
Hanson and others, good.
It looks like John has a comment about that.
John, did you want to say something there?
I would just like to make a clarification that we do not currently have an RPV overlay. We have data coming from the RPV analysis that can be considered, and it helps us understand that race is, and there is polarized voting, and that needs to be considered by the commission. That will be taken into account, but we also know that the ability to elect analysis is an important part of this, and that will come later. So I just want to just clarify some expectations on what will be provided with regard to the RPV analysis at this point in the process.
I think the clarification is appreciated, and not to speak for other commissioners, but that from what I heard, particularly from Co-Vice Chair Garcia, to do the best possible to present that data, I think that's in keeping with it.
What other overlays? I mean, I'm really cautious about using the word overlay, but are you just referring to existing boundaries of special districts, municipal districts, or?
No, I think we're
John?
talking in particular about the green shaded.
No,
features.
what's already included. That's what I need clarification.
But wasn't that already included in the statement in the motion, which asked to consider RPV data? And I mean, how technically they do that is up to the map maker, I would say, but it's included in the motion.
Taking into consideration the RPV report.
Yes.
Okay.
But there was further discussion about communities of interest in RPV overlay. And I'm just wondering if the data sheets that were talked about, every map will have a data sheet. That covers this portion of it. And I know
Okay.
it's too
No,
much.
no, it's a fair point. Let's stay with the data sheet and other visualizations as Flo is able to produce.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good. David, thank you for capturing the motion. I do see support from the motioner and the seconder, as well as the annexer, if I can call Vice Chair Garcia that. So with that, I think we're ready to vote.
thank you. Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ is absent. Commissioner Serbin,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Katerina,
I better say aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Nay.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman.
Nay.
Motion passes with Commissioner Pons and Inman voting no. All other commissioners who are present voting aye. The count is 11 affirmative, 2 noes.
Very good. Thank you, David. I was going to call on Commissioner Diaz, but I'll call on Commissioner Inman, especially because he might have something relevant to the process too. But please, no.
I'm just trying to get my hand up there for a motion.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me take Commissioner Diaz first, please.
Yeah, so what I observed from the springboard maps was this idea of the border district, but in all the maps, it included Coronado and Point Loma. Well, some didn't include Point Loma, but in all of the maps it included Coronado. So I really want to revisit the Coronado issue and look at a map that does not include that in all of the scenarios. What would that and exploring that legal question that was brought up earlier in the meeting.
So, Commissioner, could I ask you to make a motion?
Oh, sorry.
That describes a map in a certain way, and it can be at a very basic level with just the 1 or 2 points that you made.
Yes, I'm making a motion to consider a map that does not include the portion of Coronado as part of District 1. And explore the legal question of contiguity.
Right.
And if there was a map that explored that, what would that look like? And the other issue of Point Loma being included in District 1 doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either.
Okay. So what you're describing is a map that would, can we push it a little farther to, that would take Coronado and Point Loma out of the existing District 1 and place them instead?
Where?
In a coastal district.
That's fine.
That, yes.
Okay.
So Coronado be included with Point Loma together as a coastal district.
Okay.
And when looking at the coastal district as including up to the border of Carlsbad.
Meaning including is stopping at the city line of Carlsbad.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the other issue with a northern, so looking at the North County portion, ensuring that the city of San Marcos, Escondido, Carlsbad, Vista are all intact. I guess all the cities of the 78 corridor and those cities that share the airport Palomar Airport be intact? Should there be a horizontal district as mentioned in the previous scenario that Commissioner Katerina proposed?
Okay.
The other portion I want to point out is that we heard a lot of testimony from communities in southeastern I would say.
Commissioner
in the
Diaz,
communities-
for right now, if we could just stick with the geography, because I want to get the motion together
Yes.
first.
Right, and then the geography of South, so in district, I want to say District 4, not include any part of the coast, and that southeastern San Diego remain intact, and also explore the communities of interest along the cities of Spring Valley, El Cajon, City Heights, Rancho San Diego, which I believe looked similar to one of the scenario maps that I saw, but I don't remember which number it was, and it looked like there was some consistency there, but I want to explore that more with the RPV data. And there, okay, so I can't really speak to District 3 because I feel like we need more data there too, but we don't want to, again, I don't see that there's any, again, this is really hard, but anyway, none of the scenario maps.
But Commissioner Diaz, I think if you focus on what you would like to see the map include, you don't have to come up with every other solution. That's Flo's job.
Mm-hmm.
If you can define the 2 or 3 lines or communities that you're most interested in seeing in a map, we'll have a discussion, but I think Flo can take away from that. John will correct me if I'm wrong. They can fill in the rest as they best can, with matching criteria. So if you have the Point Loma and Coronado points you made, the Southeast San Diego point that you made, and the north, the communities in the north that you mentioned, I think that's a starting point for a motion.
And not split, for some reason in one of the scenario maps, NCS Miramar was split, or maybe that was the public submitted map, but making sure that we're not like no one district entirely has all of the military or institutions, or no one district has all of the community colleges or all of the, we just have to make sure that it's not, I don't know how to articulate that, but that was an earlier point I was trying to ask Flo about how they made sure.
All right. I feel like we're almost ready for a second. Commissioner Krugliak, did you want to say something specific on formulating the motion?
Yes, I think my hearing is kind of exactly where I've thought of when I've gone through the map, which is basically there are key things that we've gotten over and over and over again from feedback, and this is trying to put that consistent feedback into a map. The one thing I would say is that by putting so many requirements around multiple districts, the map that's being described right now is not workable from an equal population perspective. As Flo has said, when you make definitions specifically around North County, it's a domino effect, and it will define to a large extent what several of the other districts look like. And so putting together these types of requests around maybe 3 districts, so you have 2 degrees of freedom in a manner of speaking, makes it much more possible to get to an equal distribution map. So I would just simply say maybe that I would suggest modifying the motion a little bit to focus on maybe the first 3 districts that you highlighted, which were, I think, a border district excluding Coronado and Point Loma,
a coastal district that probably will have to go inland to the 805 in order to hit population needs, and a northern district highlighting those five cities that you talked about, and then basically just broad direction to flow to also keep in mind the other feedback that we've received that was not maybe as frequent or as all-encompassing as those 3 points.
Commissioner Diaz, does that reflect your intent? You're muted, sorry.
Yes, sort of.
I think,
And again,
yeah, again, I just want to get to the motion. We can bring out some of it in discussion, but I think what Commissioner Krugliak, regardless of anything else, although I found her points compelling, but using those 3 specific proposals, a district focused on the border without Coronado or Point Loma, another district focused on coastal communities, but probably east to 805, and another district in the north with the 5, I think you mentioned 4 cities, but the 5 cities that we've heard about. Would that be an acceptable formulation of your motion?
yes.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, good. Sometime very soon, I do want to call on council with regard to the Coronado contiguity point to just benefit from some additional discussion, but I want to make sure that happens at the right moment. So I have Commissioner Larson, Commissioner Serban, and Commissioner Krugliak. Commissioner Larson, please.
Well, thank you. I really put my hand up to be a second, but I think the idea of a coastal district is a good one. Whether we call it 4 or not doesn't really matter, but it really has to include everything except possibly Imperial Beach and possibly Oceanside. But everything else, we all have the same problems. This last week with the oil spill, we just need one supervisor in charge of that whole thing, because we all have the beaches. That's where we live. So that's a lot different than the back counties. So long speech, but I strongly support this motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Serban.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. So it sounds as if this is the motion that aims to be responsive as possible to the public comment that we've received, because it's talking about the North County, the border district, the coastal, all those things that those I agree that those are 3 main themes that we've heard. I think one main theme that is not reflected though in this motion is the theme of the refugee and immigrant communities in the East County and in sort of the east part of the city Heights, city San Diego. And so if this map is the map that we're trying to reflect the most prominent public comments, I think we ought to also consider and incorporate that public comment into our direction to flow for this particular draft map, if possible. And if my colleagues, my original move-ants would be agreeable to it.
And it's a point well taken, and I apologize because I kind of cut off Commissioner Diaz's original comment to that effect. Commissioner, something like what Commissioner Serban just said and what you said earlier about the communities of interest with Spring Valley, El Cajon, City Heights, Rancho San Diego.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So David, I'll ask you to reflect on those earlier comments, and when we get to the point of voting on the motion, we'll make sure to include that. But thank you both for that. Commissioner Krugliak.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was definitely intended to be part of the motion. The one thing I would ask, maybe if it's possible, since I think this is intended to be a springboard that reflects the feedback that's been received to date, is if what Commissioner Diaz described could be the basis, can we can we scenario off of it? What happens if we drop Carlsbad in order to keep Pendleton and Bonita and Fallbrook, sorry, not Bonita, Bonsall and Fallbrook, and actually go all the way north to the border? What if instead of dropping Carlsbad, we drop Escondido? Not big changes, like keeping this idea, these key concepts as the core to reflect the public feedback, but also to play just with the edges a little bit to understand from an equal population perspective what give and take would be required to really address a lot of the feedback that we're specifically getting around North County without completely starting from new maps for each of those cases, but just switching edges here and there specifically related to Carlsbad and Escondido.
I would respectfully suggest that since the instruction we already approved, the horizontal maps, touches on one way to do that. This map already has such good focus on some of the issues to the south. We let flow in this map manipulate the north in light of the coastal communities discussion that we just heard. Work on the north in a way that allows maximum flexibility. I say that with the idea that we probably will want to task flow with one additional map, that's maybe two, that's really focused on those northern issues that we've been hearing about from the public. But I could see that as one way to do it, whereas I would be a little concerned that overloading this map with that level of specificity might become very challenging to put together. Just my own.
I just say that if we go back to most of the coastal feedback we've had, typically it does not include Carlsbad. Typically it's Encinitas down to Coronado. And so the request for a coastal district has not typically been Imperial Beach up to Oceanside. It has specifically been Coronado to Encinitas. And so forcing Carlsbad and potentially Oceanside into a coastal district actually does not reflect the feedback that I've read to date.
Right. I think I was working off Commissioner Diaz's comment about the coastal district in her motion going up to Carlsbad, but not including Carlsbad. Commissioner Diaz, I had that right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's what I meant about playing with Carlsbad in the coastal district. I didn't hear that request coming.
Yeah, I think this came from the airport. As I heard, Carlsbad mentioned to be included in those communities that use the airport. And so I just want to make sure that if we draw a 10-mile radius around the airport, does it include Carlsbad or not? You know, like, is that something that we should consider?
And we certainly need to keep considering it in several of the maps. And I think that's implied in most of our discussions, because I think John has already cited that as something that Flow's keeping in mind as part of the public input that they're dealing with in all the maps. John, do I have that right? That's one of the factors you all are including. You're muted at the moment, but yeah, okay, good.
And just a quick comment. Palomar Airport is in Carlsbad.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I'm showing Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Sturban, and Commissioner Larson. Let me call on Commissioner Brown, and I'll ask Commissioner Sturban and Larson, if they don't have comments, please take your hands down, but otherwise I'll call on you next. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I live in Valley Center. They were about ready to build 1,500 homes out there. So that's going to double our population, close, put us up close to 20,000 people here within the next couple of years. Should we, since we have that knowledge and we know that's going to happen to that area, we've always been a part of attached to the Escondido, San Marcos, and so forth. Except for Escondido's been out of it for a while, but that District 5 for years and years and years, and it looks like they're trying to cut Valley Center out. keeping a little bit of it in there, but they're cutting out most of it. So can we do that? I mean, can we use some future knowledge that we have to help the maps be more reflective, because they're going to be around for 10 years. So
Commissioner Brown, I would say not only can we should keep in mind any future trends that we can already identify. So thank you for that.
So I'm going to say that, keep us in there.
Yeah, and whether that's in this map, and again, I'll consider that part of the discussion that Flow Analytics can review. I don't know that we have to specifically attach it in this motion, but I will ask John as one of the known future growth areas that we always keep in mind. If we can keep Valley Center in mind, that would be useful.
We can certainly keep areas in mind, but we do have to rely on the census data for the measure of population balance. So there is a bit of a difference in those two things, but yes, we can keep them in mind. But once again, we're not projecting population, we're using the census data.
That can be a benefit to us at this point, really, because we might be able to add on to it.
It's that differentiation between the requirement and then, John, if you know of a future growth that tracks with the data you're actually working with as a requirement, great. If it doesn't seem to track, I think that would be a good thing to respond to as a comment as to why you had to leave it out.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Serbin, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So I'd just like to develop Commissioner Krugliak's idea a little further. When she suggested playing around with the edges on this proposal specifically, I think because this proposal, it appears to, we appear to have the intent of reflecting the public input as much as possible with this proposal. And so because of that, I think I would absolutely support, if Flow has the bandwidth for it, for Flow to, like Commissioner Krugliak said, like play with the edges, give us maybe a couple variations of maps that might work. You know, we've told you, hey, these are the 4 major themes that we're hearing from the public. You don't have to have just one map. That, you know, like if there are maybe a couple ideas that you have where these 4 concepts can be incorporated or realized, then I think I would support you, Flow, presenting us with different ideas that do explore the implementation of these 4 themes.
And Commissioner Serbin, I think that's a provocative point in the sense that it might be useful as a separate map that would simply be based on those 4 concepts and to define them that way. Let's consider that a little bit. I'd like to move towards a vote on this motion because I think there's been enough commissioner input and I'm hearing enough agreement on it that I think we're very close to an instruction. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Commissioner Krugliak, and then I'd like to have a vote.
So I'll make this quick. I'd actually like to disagree with you about this maybe being another map. I think my question is a little bit related to what Ramesses just said. I was wondering if Flow would perhaps give us more than one map, based on direction, one in which, they very, very closely follow the direction and the map is, the population numbers don't quite work out or something isn't right about it, but perhaps they give us 2 or 3 or 1 or 2 iterations based on that guidance, just so that we can see, what is working and what is not, and so that we can actually see the trade-offs. I mean, I actually think that what we're trying to do here is give them direction based on, what we're hearing, based on trying to be responsive to public input. And we need to see what that looks like so that we can then provide further guidance. And I don't think that it's the right thing to do to actually leave it to Flow to exercise their discretion about what those trade-offs should be. I think we need to see what that is, what that looks like. And they can suggest, they can propose some alternatives based on what that guidance produced, but it needs to come back to us. So I think that we don't need another motion or another map necessarily. I think that this is a good jumping off point.
Let me ask
If I
Commissioner Krugliak first, and then I want to turn to John.
I was just going to completely agree with both Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Sherbin. I think we can just amend the motion to request 2, potentially 3 maps from 2 if we've got more motions coming and we've got limited bandwidth, but we can just update the motion to request 2 maps from this direction, if that's okay with Commissioner Diaz.
Can we repeat what those 2 maps are, or those 2 scenarios?
I would probably suggest with Escondido in the North District and not everything north of it, and one without Escondido and with everything north of it.
What are you referring to, everything north of it? Does that also include Bonsal?
Pendleton, Bonsall, Fallbrook, all of those cities that currently couldn't be in for population reasons.
If there's
if it's open to leave it up to flow, then we can leave it up to flow. But if we need to give a very specific direction, that would be my first throw at it.
And I'm certainly willing to entertain the idea of a 2-part motion with kind of map 2A and 2B. But let me ask John, what do you think? What's your reaction?
So I just want to give you a little bit more information that might sort of influence your decision making here. So if we draw a map based on your direction and find that it is not feasible due to population balance or any other specific statutory reasons, we will tell you why, and we will show you why and illustrate that on a map. We don't necessarily need to then draw another full district map as another draft map that comes with all of the other data, because that is a bit more, but we will always provide you some explanation as to why it didn't work and what you might want to consider in the next stage to make it work. So, and that may be something that's a little bit different than providing you a full separate draft map based upon those, because there may be different ways, right? It may not work this way, but there might be like 5 or 6 different ways it could work. And we would want your direction to tell us, well, which of those 5 or 6 would you like us to then explore? So with any map that doesn't meet those statutory requirements, we will provide that as well.
Okay, can I?
We'll wait one moment. Commissioner Diaz, what do you think of that?
I think that's a really interesting proposal. I'd like to hear from Commissioner Sherbin what his thoughts are on that.
Very good, Commissioner Sherbin.
Thank you, John. Can we ask you to? It sounds like, again, the 4 themes, and I don't need to repeat them, but can we ask you, hey, these are the 4 themes we want you to incorporate. Can you tell us whether it works under the numbers and the statutory requirements? And if it does, give us that map. If there's more than one map where it does do that, can you show us what those other maps look like? Is that something we can ask?
Yes, with the caveat that we may never get all of the possibilities of the maps because of the whole 28,633 census block problem. But there's a lot of different combinations. But yes, generally speaking, that.
Yeah, I mean, just to get us started with a conversation, right? Like then then we can say, okay, these are some of the possible ways, and then take it from there.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're talking 1 map with comment or 2 maps, John, under this particular instruction?
If you would like us to pursue a second map, we will do so. If you would like us to provide simply comment, we can do that as well. I would like to put that back at the commission.
Very good. And I wanted to reflect that it is our decision. And I really do think Flo is doing their best not to make any presumptions whatsoever. Commissioner Pons, you've been very patient.
No, I like the discussion. And if we land on a concept or a certain type map and what it looks like, and we move the cursor or mouse over it, and you have a key for the statutory requirements that's visible to us, and you mouse over it, can we see in real time what that does to those statutory requirements, whether we have violated them or not? Or is that something, I'm trying to avoid creating a lot of different maps. And if you can just sort of present that real time, I think that would help us a lot.
I will say that each of these maps will be loaded into the district scenario modeler, as are the springboards. If you have difficulty drawing maps with the district scenario modeler, because it's not easy to do, it is also a very good tool for exploring many of the statutory criteria, as well as many of the other factors we're considering, including the division of and preservation of COIs and municipalities. For the most part, yes, you will get some indication about whether it meets the statutory criteria. However, the district scenario modeler cannot provide all of those metrics. For instance, we're not going to be calculating compactness in all different ways we can in the district scenario modeler. That's something we would provide in a separate report. There may be some considerations of RPV analysis that we aren't going to know until further down the line, until the ability to elect analysis is performed. But to a degree, yes, population balance, COIs that are preserved, those you can explore in the district scenario modeler. And like I said, these maps will all be in there. So that will be a way to view some of that information.
And John, we do have a live session with live scenario modeling on what's likely to be November 13th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Serban, and then Commissioner Diaz, I'm going to come back to you to make sure we get the motion right, and then we'll vote.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I was just going to clarify the motion, but if you want to go ahead and skip to Commissioner Diaz.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
I guess I was just wondering, I mean, is the motion then to direct Flo to create a draft map that incorporates these 4 themes that we've identified as the public through public comment, and to the extent possible, propose these draft maps that would meet the statutory requirements reflective of those 4 themes, right? And then are we asking them to propose variations of that map?
No, I think we'd be much better off sticking to 1 map per motion. So we get the ideas down that Commissioner Diaz mentioned. We have comment from Flo when that comes back, and we build on that. And that's why I would say, after assuming we decide to issue instructions along the lines of Commissioner Diaz's motion, we then instruct Flo to do 1 or 2 more maps that would capture anything else that's what might be termed a primary factor. And I think that's particularly with regard to the North, that may not be as highlighted or essential or as driving a factor in the 2 others. So okay. What I'm really asking is if we can define this map to the point that it'll be useful both for the map itself and for the analysis on that map. That's where I would head.
I guess to the extent that there's only that we're limited to like maybe just 5 draft maps maximum, and we're on 2 right now. I mean, I'm not sure we're gonna have 3 other maps that I'm gonna want to consider, because I really want. So I mean, I'm kind of thinking, can we ask Flo, you know, if we're only gonna, if it's the first map that we just gave direction on, and this one, and then this one, so can you please just do 4 variations of this one, and now we're done. Meeting adjourned.
If that's the commission's will, starting with Commissioner Diaz on whether she wants her motion to be that way, that's certainly a legitimate way forward.
So just to clarify, we would direct Flo to use this as a sort of a basis to draw other scenarios that could occur based on population changes in the future, in consideration of the communities north of Escondido. Do I have that correct?
Okay. Let me pause there. because Marguerite, I think.
There's a
wants
lot
to-
going on here.
Yeah,
wants to mention something.
there's a lot. May I make a suggestion to the simple, because I know where you're going. I think I know where you're going, Commissioner Serban. Why don't we vote on this motion, and Commissioner Serban, your next motion can be, I want that map, but I want this variation.
That
And then
sounds.
we'll get it.
reasonable
How
to
does
me.
that work? Okay, and is that gonna work?
Thank you,
okay?
Marguerite. That's so
Yeah,
much simpler.
let's just get this one down, and then you love it and take it where you want it.
You're right.
Okay, all righty.
All right, so I move to direct Flo to create this map with the 4 themes of the border district, to not include Point Loma and Coronado, create a coastal district that runs Coronado, Point Loma, all up along the coast to the border of Carlsbad, east to I-805, and the northern district to keep intact the cities along the 78th corridor, Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and north all the way to Valley Center, Bonsall, and Camp Pendleton, of course. You got that?
Fallbrook.
And then the 4th
I'm
thing.
sorry, would that
is,
one include Fallbrook?
Yes.
Yes, was
Okay.
that not in the, okay.
Good.
And then the 4th part that we were looking at was taking into consideration the refugee and immigrant communities in southeastern San Diego, along the communities that include City Heights, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, El Cajon, and
Sandy.
am I missing any of those? I mean, it's just making sure as an area.
You have to
that
have
we're-
La Mesa in there in order to connect
La Mesa.
La
Thank
Mesa
you.
with,
No,
I
I
mean-
think La Mesa is the one we've heard about in public comment. Okay,
right, and that,
Good.
in order to connect City Heights and El Cajon, you have to include La Mesa.
right, okay. Commissioner Diaz, good?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Krugliak?
I just want to make sure it's okay that we know that we're telling Flo in that description specifically on the North County that it's not going to be a valid map.
Right. It's
Like
not gonna-
as long as we know that, and we know that we're not going to get a valid map out of this.
it's too many people.
And he's just going to tell us why it's not a valid map. And it's because there's going to be like 100,000 people too many in District 5.
John, do you have a comment on that, or do you want to just work on it and tell us next week?
I'll take the latter.
Okay, very good. I really want to move on to a vote. Commissioner Serban, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, is it critical to this vote?
I guess I would just ask if we would consider changing the direction to doing the 5 cities instead. So because we know that's numerically possible. And then so from there, we can have John propose the trade-offs or flow.
So you're saying instead, when you say the 5 cities, do you mean what the public has been saying about the 78 corridor?
Correct.
And then not define how far north?
Correct. Because that would
I see what
changing
you
that
mean.
first, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Diaz, do you want to pursue that, or would you rather just go forward with what you stated?
I would be open to that, yes. I guess my only concern was making sure that the Latino community was not split, but if I would like to see what Flo comes up with.
Okay, Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
No comment. Well,
Okay,
let's
good.
just call for the vote. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take that, Commissioner Diaz and Co-Vice Chair Garcia, as the motion is just slightly changed from Commissioner Diaz said to remove the references to the other cities, Valley Center, Bonsall, Camp Pendleton, sorry, the other locations, and Fallbrook, and to focus instead even though it may raise the point that Commissioner Krugliak made, but do the map that includes Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido. Okay.
Oceanside.
And Oceanside.
Can I just point out really quickly that the map shows Oceanside in the wrong spot? Minor detail.
Okay, so the next map will show it in the right spot. Very good. Commissioners, I'm going to
Sorry,
call
how
for
does
a
this-
vote. Sorry.
So with Camp Pendleton, I have a question about that. Would that leave out of the map entirely? If it's, I mean, we're including Oceanside. I guess I just need a visual. I don't know. I mean, Camp Pendleton is very central
It
to,
would end up being
very
in
connected to
5.
Oceanside as well.
Can I jump in really quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think if this motion can pass, the next motion should be that District 5 is not based on those 5 cities, but it is basically starting at the
Exactly what I was
border,
headed towards.
going
Yep.
as far down as possible, and then that's everything else the same.
Okay.
So
And
if we
Commissioner
can just
Krugliak,
use this guidance now, then we'll do the next one to get to what you're asking for.
okay. So because I'm going to call on you next for that motion. So the motion now would be to do what's affectionately called the 78 corridor cities, including Oceanside.
Correct.
Okay, very good. So with that clarified, David, I'll ask you if you need to clarify it one more time. I think it's fairly clear, but let's do clarification and move to a vote.
I don't need clarification. I can't do it any more clearly than Commissioner Diaz did it. So I'm ready for a vote if you are.
Please go ahead.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ is absent, Commissioner Serbin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Katerina,
Aye.
Chair Bame,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Commissioners, I will note it's 6:52. I know many have been sitting here. If you need to take a quick break and come back for another vote, because I think we'll have at least one more motion, please do. Commissioner Krugliak, do you want to make a motion to the effect of what you said just a moment ago?
Very much so. I would make a motion that keeps everything that Commissioner Diaz said, except that for District 5, it focuses on the going up to the border of the county and including the 76 corridor into, Bonsall, Fallbrook, and those cities, and then going down to include the 78 corridor according to population limits.
Okay, do we have a
Valley
second?
Center. I'll second it if she adds Valley Center to that.
Tough bargain, absolutely.
With that explicit addition, very good. Further discussion? Let me just ask, so that would include Camp Pendleton, correct? Very good. I see a nod. Okay. We'll move to a vote unless there's any further discussion. Very good. David, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you, Chair Bing. Commissioner Katerina,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Serbin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Chair Bame.
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ is absent, Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman. Chair Bame, that motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Commissioners, that's now 3 maps. I'd be happy to entertain at least one more motion. Commissioner Servin.
Thank you, Chair Beam. So I respect greatly Commissioner Larson and the rest of the coastal communities. I think it's going to be very difficult for to accommodate the a coastal district and as well as the 3 other themes that we've received. So I'd like to at least have a conversation about having another map that we had discussed, just similar to the ones that we've recently discussed, but one without the direction to flow of creating a coastal district and allowing them to have more freedom with the coast in making some of the numerical trade-offs that we're going to have to make.
I think that's almost a motion. Can we, Commissioner Servin, can you define which one of the previous maps you're talking about doing that with?
So the map that was originally proposed by Commissioner Diaz, in which we discussed the 4 themes of public input.
Okay.
I'd like to retain 3 of the 4 themes and allow flow to disregard the coastal district theme and allow and therefore thereby give them a little more freedom with making the trade-offs numerically.
Okay, good. So the motion is in effect the map that was, I'm sorry. Okay, the map that was tasked and approved, moved by Commissioner Diaz in the second motion, but without the coastal district defined so that flow has maximum flexibility. Am I defining that right, Commissioner Sherman?
Correct.
Good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Brown, thank you. Discussion?
And I'd just like to add that one of the reasons why I'm proposing this is I played around a little bit with this and tried to create something that works given all these different things, and just the coastal district is just makes it very difficult to do. So I'm looking out for you, John.
And John, I do want to give you a chance to respond, but I also have Co-Vice Chair Garcia. So why don't we take her first, and then John, if you have any comments, we'll take them. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring this up, and I'm not sure that I actually want to, that I'm interested in proposing a motion after this one, but I am a little bit intrigued or a little bit interested in the idea of looking at the Asian American population and the need or opportunity to look at whether or not they have the ability to elect a candidate of choice. And I'm wondering if this might be a place where I could perhaps include direction to Flo to look at that, or again, and maybe this is something that we'll look at next week or as we get through the draft maps period. But it is something that that I flagged as I was reading the RPV report. And we haven't actually mentioned that at all in our discussion tonight.
If I can.
Oh, I'm sorry, John,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I would just like to comment on that, and perhaps Marguerite will chime in. But at this point, I believe it is too early for us to consider that with that level of specificity. I think we need further legal guidance from Mr. Adelson before we can do that once again with that level of specificity.
Thank you.
Marguerite?
I think John's correct on that. The Asian community is growing, but it's not large enough yet to form a majority in a district.
And so we're looking at issues with coalition voting. It has particular voting patterns that are significant and in many instances successful. And it's doing that by forming coalitions. And I think what we're going to need is more information on those coalitions and see what those coalitions mean to ability to elect. On the other hand, insofar as these Asian Americans have established a community of interest, and we've heard testimony other than along the lines of voting rights, they can surely be considered for inclusion in a district on that basis alone.
Commissioner Dostal.
Thank you. I have a related question. If this is the appropriate time to request that flow include a map that has at least 2 minority majority districts. Is that the appropriate time to propose that?
It's certainly something that can be asked about now. Whether it requires a motion in a separate map or not, I think, John, do you have any initial reaction to that?
My initial reaction is that I would defer to legal counsel and special counsel.
I've got a feeling based on the previous answer that it would be useful to hear from Mr. Adelson, if nobody else, about the relevant factors for that. But I certainly could see that being tasked in a future motion. But if I understood Marguerite correctly, it might be a little early to do that now while we still have to look at the various studies and give Mr. Adelson a chance to look at some of the data. Marguerite, do I have that right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So Commissioner Dostal, I'd ask that you keep that in pocket. I think it's an extremely relevant issue. And I certainly hope and strongly invite more public comment on that issue, including from people we've already heard from in light of this discussion. But I think we can delve into that a little bit more in our next meeting, or maybe the meeting after that. Commissioner Serban?
So I'm sorry, is what I just heard that it would be improper for us to direct John to consider the racial demographic of the districts in the draft maps?
I don't know that the word improper is correct. I think it's that we don't have the data and analysis lined up just yet to have that discussion, or at least they prefer we wait on that a little bit. John, am I characterizing that right for you?
In order to say that we are specifically drawing any sort of district to comply with, say, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think it's too early for that. We will be providing the race and ethnicity data with all of our maps so they can be reviewed and evaluated, and you'll have that information ready for you as we get further along with the RPV and the ability to elect. And I'm going to let Marguerite go from there.
No, I agree that the data is premature. On the other hand, I don't want to discourage discussing particular communities of interest. You may not have an obligation because of the Gingles factors to create a majority minority district. That doesn't prevent you from recognizing existing communities of interest. So if there are communities in which Asian Americans are highly represented and they have established themselves as a community of interest, it is certainly proper to recognize them for that value.
Commissioner Inman?
So I'm sorry, just Chair Bame, can I just ask a direct question to council? So would it be appropriate for us to direct Flo to say and say something like, could you please try to draw, a map that reflects these 3 or 4 public input themes, and then also consider in the rest of the map drawing that you're doing, creating, if you can, a district that might like a Latino empowerment district or an API empowerment district. Would it be improper for us to say that right now at this stage?
And the concern with saying that at this stage is that it focuses on the creation of that district because of a racial characteristic. And at this point, the section 2 right hasn't been established because we don't have the data. Once we have that data, then yes, we have a section 2 value we need to protect. However, that's not the only reason, and this is what those Supreme Court cases are all about. That's not the only reason minority groups are included in particular districts. They have economic, social, cultural interests that comprise a community of interest, even though that doesn't rise to a section 2 right.
So is what you're saying, Marguerite, then that it would be appropriate for us to direct flow with respect to race and ethnicity if it were substantiated by a community of interest,
Yeah.
rather than by saying
Yes.
we're
Yes.
exercising some VRA right.
Absolutely.
Which is why
Okay.
I was using the term community of interest earlier. But I would also note that I think some of that will come out and maybe provide a more useful discussion in the accompanying data and charts and tables that are presented alongside the maps that we've already passed.
So
let me ask Commissioner Inman, who's been patient, first, if he's got something relevant to this, please.
Well, all I was going to say is I think what Commissioner Serban is going to say is let's have a community of interest focus on these coastal areas around Asian Pacific Islanders and leave it at that.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple of maps or a map or two that John presented that identified a community of interest of APIs in the central area of San Diego, and then I think Latino community of interest in the South Bay. John, is my memory correct?
It's very late for me, so I don't want to say for sure. But what I will say is we certainly do have community of interest testimony related to Asian API communities, and we do have those associated with some geographies, and we can absolutely make sure that we are drawing a map that preserves those areas.
So are we going to have that in this map?
So yes, I'd like to amend the motion then to provide additional direction to flow to draft a map that would also recognize the community of interest geographies that have been identified for the API community of interest and the Latino community of interest.
Okay, John, is that clear enough?
Yes.
Okay, good. Commissioner Hanson, and then we'll move to a vote.
I just wanted to clarify that when Commissioner Katarina was describing her horizontal map, she talked about the Asian community in central San Diego, and that perhaps would happen with that map. That would be addressed in that map if the orientation was more horizontal or east-west than north-south. That's all.
We have two of them, yeah.
And that's exactly what I was getting at earlier with what the commission wants before it for discussion purposes. I could see it going either way. I could see Commissioner Serban's motion creating a map that would contribute to that discussion. I could also see the discussion happening based on several of the maps, but particularly the map moved by Commissioner Hanson and Co-Vice Chair Katarina along that line. It's the commission's will, but we do have a motion on the floor for that, for Commissioner Serban's proposal. So with that, David, could you please call the roll for a vote on the motion before us?
You need a second?
I was going to ask to clarify that Commissioner Brown is in agreement with the amendment.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, good. So we have the agreement. Thank you for David, and thank you, Commissioner Brown. No offense intended. Okay. David, please go ahead.
Chair Boehm.
Aye.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Serban,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye, yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Nay.
Is that a nay?
That's a nay.
I still think, I'm sorry, am I the only one who's not catching it? Is it a yay or a nay? Sorry.
That is a no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ is absent. Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Katerina.
Aye.
The motion passes with Commissioner Larson voting no, all other commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. I will say from a procedural standpoint as chair, I think we have sufficient tasking to have a very useful discussion next week. Are there any other motions commissioners wish to make? Seeing none, we will move on. John, any final thoughts before we head towards adjournment?
No, I just say thank you. I think we have good direction. And I would just say that, you know, we will put these maps together, and I hope that going forward, we'll be able to continue this discussion and identify areas where certain aspects of these maps can be combined, or where we identify areas of certain maps that we like and dislike and start bringing them together. But thank you. This has been very good. And we appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess I want to ask my fellow commissioners, Inman and Krugliak, if the public, the map submitted by a member of the public, which the three of us indicated support for, if we feel like that was somehow captured in one of the other motions that we moved forward.
I do. Yes, I do.
Just wanted to make sure of that. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pons?
I just got one question. The 5 bullets that you put up, the slide, what was the purpose of that slide? Can you just bring that up real quickly? Because I don't know if we really got to the essence of that slide. You know, with the 5 bullets
If I
on it?
could, it was just to illustrate the types of motions. So the actually what we iterated to is the last type of motion.
That's
right. So all of the motions that we entertained were the last bullet, create a draft map that, well, actually it included certain features of existing, I suppose, but these were just illustrative of the types of motions.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Serban?
Thank you, Chair Bayman. I just want to clarify. So between now, this does not foreclose some other draft map. Like if the public were to, or someone were to propose some amazing map, something like that, that could still be a draft map that we would consider and adopt as a draft map, right?
Commissioner, as our procedures have been defined so far, the floor is completely open. We could task another 10 maps and receive 20 more maps next week, none of which have to be amazing. They can be simple, hand-drawn maps focused on one district. And I want to really, really emphasize that the public is still more than welcome to comment and engage. We are very early in our process. So I appreciate the chance to reinforce that, but we'll certainly do that. And I will ask staff to include the current map submitted by a member of the public, as well as any other maps submitted by members of the public ahead of our next meeting in the agenda package and posted on the website. Those maps are still valuable. And if they don't come in the electronic form, they can come in any other number of other ways. And I think Full Analytics and staff will work to make sure we've got them in a visible way to see. Commissioner Pons, did you have another comment? Okay, good. So that concludes the business before the Independent Redistricting Commission tonight. I do want to thank Co-Vice Chair Garcia, for taking over and running things so effectively. I look forward to reviewing the meeting. I want to thank Commissioner Inman and John and the entire team at Flow Analytics for helping keep the dialogue going. It was very useful. And commissioners, I really do want to thank you. I apologize for any difficulties that were created. I apologize for the time. Frankly, this is actually a little faster than I thought it would be, which tells you where my expectations. But I think the discussion was truly useful and we covered a lot of good ground tonight. That said, our next meeting is a special meeting set for next Thursday, October 21st at 5:30 p.m. There are a number of agenda items brewing that may require or at least be worth considering for action. I'm going to talk to staff and the co-vice chairs about it in the coming few days, but I want to be very careful that we focus our discussion on the draft maps that are produced. That may lead to a proposal for one more special meeting to take up some other business the following week. I don't mean to put an extra burden on commissioners, but I do not want to shortchange or require another lengthy meeting to discuss the first round of draft maps. That has to be our priority. So we'll see where we are, but I did want to give you advance warning that we may need what I hope will be a relatively short meeting to take care of some other business, but we'll see. For now, though, our next meeting is next Thursday at 5:30 p.m. in National City at the South Region Live Well Center. The address is 401 Mile of Cars Way, zip code is 91950, but it will indeed be another hybrid meeting. So both commissioners and the public can participate virtually. I also want to remind commissioners that regardless of any special meeting the following week, we will have a draft map public hearing and meeting on Monday, November 1st at a location still to be announced. ABASD is working very hard on that, and staff will alert you to the location for that and make it known to the public as quickly as possible once it's worked out. More details on all these meetings and links and the information we've discussed tonight are available on the website, www.drawyourcommunity.com. Thank you again for your participation, Commissioner Inman.
And so one thing I wanted to clarify, I know John and team want to start right now on their work. So do they need to wait for the motions that were passed to be communicated to them? Or do you, John, have sufficient information to get started? How soon would the motions be communicated to John?
I will say that my colleague Alex, who you all know, has already been starting. So we do have enough to get started. I think we do need the official motions in order to refine what we are doing, but we do have enough to start moving on this.
Good. Alex, any additional comment?
Nope. Thanks, John. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to follow and take notes, and I know other county staff as well. So I look forward to that so we can confirm that we have everything jotted down correctly.
And I know staff and clerk will do everything possible to get that in your hands officially and formally as soon as possible. But thank you for asking that. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 7:17 p.m. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.